Sam, it's good to see you.
And Mayor, from over here, we're all ready to go when you are.
Super. And Brenda, are you ready?
I am ready. Yep. Record. And we are recording.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the September 14th, 2021 special meeting of the Boulder City Council. We are going to begin tonight with slides about interpretation before we move into announcements and roll call. So Brenda, would you like to talk to us about interpretation?
I would. Thank you, Sam. Can everyone see my screen? It says, welcome to this Zoom meeting.
I can see it.
Great, thank you. So we are supporting just the first item on the agenda this evening with interpretation into Spanish. And we encourage everyone to look at the icon at the bottom of your screen if you've joined us here in the Zoom meeting today. Find the globe icon and please choose the language you would like to experience this first item in. Your choices are English and Spanish. We do default to English, but we ask that everyone choose English because our recipient of tonight's declaration will be receiving that in Spanish. And if you'd like to understand her words well, we encourage you to choose the language of your preference. And thank you so much.
All right, very good. Thank you, Brenda. And with that, we will move on to our announcement for tonight. It is, as usual, about vaccinations for COVID-19. You can find, yes, Alicia, I'm sorry.
Don't we need to do the roll call?
I was going to do the announcements and then go into roll call.
Got you.
Thank you. And COVID-19 vaccination information can be found at the link on your screen. That's bouldercounty.org/families, disease, COVID-19, and vaccines. And with that, we will please, Alicia, have roll call.
All right, thank you, sir. I knew that. It's just been a little hectic for me, so I apologize. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Thank you. Friend.
Here.
Swetlick.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Mayor Weaver.
Here.
And Councilmember Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you very much, Alicia. And I'll remind everyone that Councilwoman Joseph and Councilman Yates will not be with us tonight. Both are recused from the main public hearing that we have. And Councilwoman Nagel is not able to be at the meeting tonight, but she is not recused. She will be watching a recording of this meeting and attending the September 21st council deliberations on the main item tonight. So with that, council, we have one item to add to the agenda tonight. That is item 1C, which is the City Attorney Recruitment Committee process and timeline update. So if I could get a motion to amend the agenda, please.
So moved. Second.
Super. We have a motion and a second. Does anyone object to amending the agenda? Awesome. Seeing no one, that's great. We will move right into our first item, which is Hispanic Heritage Month Declaration, which will be presented by Councilwoman Mary Young. Mary?
I had to unmute and I had already gone to my PDF file, so sorry, I'm just juggling here. Sorry for the delay. All right. Hispanic Heritage Month Declaration, September 15th through October 15th, 2021. National Hispanic Heritage Month is recognized from September 15th through October 15th, and it is a time to honor the invaluable ways Hispanic and Latinx Americans have shaped our community, celebrate their diverse cultures, and work together toward a stronger, more inclusive, and prosperous society for all. The Hispanic Heritage Observance began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson recognized that 5 Central American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, celebrate their respective Independence Day on September 15th, while Mexico celebrates it on September 16th. In 1988, the week was expanded by President Ronald Reagan to cover a 30-day period to celebrate the contributions of Hispanic and Latinx people to the United States and those American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. The act of recognizing and celebrating contributions of Hispanic and Latinx individuals is important. However, it can be difficult to accurately do so when we examine the complicated history of their many diasporas. Between Spanish colonization, the transatlantic slave trade, and the forcible seizure of indigenous lands, including in the recent past, Hispanic and Latinx Americans have known many homes and traveled many paths. People with ancestry in Spain and the countries that today form a part of North, Central, and South America and the Caribbean include indigenous peoples and also the descendants of African peoples enslaved by European colonizers and forcibly brought to these lands. We acknowledge that capturing these complex histories and identities as only Hispanic and Latinx oversimplifies history and neglects the richness of these peoples as individuals and as a community. Hispanic and Latin America are all foreign names placed on the peoples and land of this continent. We recognize and support the movement for self-determination and epistemic decolonization efforts of indigenous peoples that call this continent Abya. Hispanic and Latinx people are the second largest ethnic group in the state and Boulder County, and they continue to be a fast-growing segment of the population. The 2021 theme for this month is Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope, which invites us to celebrate Hispanic heritage and to reflect on the potential greatness of our collective future if we recognize and cultivate our collective resilience and hope. It encourages us to reflect on the contributions of Hispanic and Latinx individuals have made in the past and will continue to make in the future. It is also a reminder that we are stronger together. Hispanic and Latinx people have enhanced and influenced our city's character through contributions of their talents, cultures, values, ideas, labor, as well as new and old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their communities, while adding their own distinct and dynamic perspectives to the story of Boulder. We recognize Hispanic and Latinx community members in leadership positions throughout a myriad of organizations, including in science, education, nonprofit, business, and government. We also recognize that many frontline employees identify as Hispanic or Latinx, and these positions place particularly heavy burden in the COVID-19 pandemic. Local data have reflected the disproportionate health and economic impacts on their community due to increased viral exposure and income inequality. As we soberly acknowledge these systemic inequities, we also commit ourselves to the ongoing work of confronting and correcting disparities at their root to create a more just and equitable Boulder for all. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month and invite the entire community to share and participate in the celebration of this month and consider the great impacts that Hispanic and Latinx people have had on our lives and the community at large. Learning about, valuing, and honoring heritage is an ongoing and reflective process that goes well beyond tonight's declaration and this month alone. Please take this opportunity and all year long to come together in unity to celebrate this significant month and its people. Thank you.
Mary, was there someone to receive this?
Yes, I didn't realize I was introducing Adriana. Adriana Paula is here to accept the declaration.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, everyone. Buenas noches y buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Soy Adriana Paola Palacios Luna, fundadora de Luna Cultura y miembro activo en varios espacios de nuestra comunidad. Y creo que es un honor poder recibir esta declaración. Y en este sentido, me interesa también, no puedo ser vocera, no puedo hablar por toda mi comunidad, pero creo que sí es importante tener este espacio para elevar nuestras voces y hacer visible la diversidad cultural que tenemos. Nuestras comunidades en nuestra América, la llamada América Latina, del Caribe y muchas otras comunidades hispanohablantes, sabemos que aportan una gran cantidad de riqueza a nuestra actual comunidad aquí en Boulder. Quiero también resaltar no únicamente nuestra historia y cultura, sino la fuerza que tenemos como comunidad hispana. También sobre la importancia de poder tener nuestra lengua, de poder hablar con nuestra voz. Uno de los poderes más profundos, amplios y robustos que tenemos las personas, los pueblos y comunidades es el lenguaje. Es a través de este que construimos nuestras relaciones humanas, que generamos y transmitimos conocimientos, saberes, aprendizajes. Es el modo en el que tenemos para nombrar y organizar nuestra realidad social. Y es, por lo tanto, un derecho fundamental. El reconocer este mes como la herencia hispana, pues refiere a nuestra lengua también, que sabemos que tal vez nos fue impuesta por los colonizadores, pero desde nuestros pueblos hemos logrado apropiarnos de ella, modificarla. Nuestros derechos lingüísticos no son posibles si no van acompañados de mecanismos que permitan el respeto a nuestro territorio, a la cultura, a nuestras formas de vida en nuestras comunidades. Es fundamental reconocer que nuestra historia es poderosa y no permitir el despojo, la violencia o el empobrecimiento a nuestra cultura e identidad. Desde nuestra hispanidad, que muchas veces incluye la resistencia indígena y la lucha contra la colonialidad impuesta, recuperamos también nuestros valores y cosmovisiones diversas. Compartimos desde la tradición oral los saberes ancestrales como el cuidado de la madre tierra, el cuidado de la salud a través de la medicina tradicional y la herbolaria, nuestras solidaridades y nuestro sentido de comunidad, entre otras cosas. Desde nuestra hispanidad resignificada y diversa, construimos procesos de liderazgo y autodeterminación. Somos constructores de nuestras historias. Nos corresponde ser irreverentes y elevar las voces de las madres y de las abuelas y abuelos, y de quienes vinieron antes que ellas y quienes vienen después de ellas. Y me permitir un breve poema que escribí. Una narrativa por el cambio social. Somos las voces de nuestras madres y nuestras abuelas. Somos creatividad activa, dinámica y en movimiento. Somos la dualidad de la Coatlicue, la renovación de Xipetotec y el espejo de Tezcatlipoca. Somos las voces que demandan justicia, que no queremos ser una conversación de sobremesa, sino un proyecto tangible por la justicia socioambiental. Somos creación, arte y ciencia. Somos los saberes ancestrales que aprendimos en la tradición oral y desde los cuales innovamos. Somos la posibilidad, el aprendizaje colectivo, la cultura en movimiento. Somos una fuerza poderosa que organizada podemos construir comunidades prósperas. Somos las voces que hemos sido silenciadas y que desde el arte, la ciencia, la tecnología y nuestra cultura hablamos y contamos nuestras historias. Entonces, esto lo convoco desde Luna Cultura, pero también sabemos que muchas veces somos quienes mantenemos las zonas limpias y también nutrimos a mucha parte de nuestra comunidad. Gracias y buenas tardes.
Gracias, Adriana. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Adriana, for being here. Council, anyone want to speak to this? Okay, very good. Seeing none, thank you again, Adriana, for being here. With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is a declaration honoring Francis Draper. And I'll be presenting this tonight. On Wednesday, September 1st of this year, Francis Draper passed away after a decades-long battle with cancer. A well-respected and inspirational community leader, Francis will be greatly missed by those who had the honor of knowing her, working with her, and those who enjoyed her friendship. Francis was born in Bridgeport, Connecticut on March 31st, 1956, and grew up in Albuquerque, New Mexico. After getting her undergraduate degree at Stanford and an MBA at UC Berkeley, she moved to Boulder in 1981 to pursue her professional career. Early on in Boulder, Francis was employed at First Interstate Bank and Access Graphics, where she quickly rose to executive positions before transitioning to a long and successful career working with many of Boulder's local flagship institutions. During her more than 30 years working and living in Boulder, Francis served as the executive director of the Boulder Economic Council from 2006 to 2011, where she established its annual Boulder Economic Forecast event and Boulder Economic Summit, and was a key figure in establishing CoLabs, a consortium of Colorado-based research laboratories. In 2013, she was the Chamber of Commerce's Business Person of the Year and a Woman Who Liked the Community honoree in 2019. One of the biggest parts of Francis's time in Boulder was her employment by and passion for the University of Colorado at Boulder. Francis came to CU in 2011 as the Vice Chancellor for Strategic Relations and Communications. In this role, Francis transformed the university's entire marketing and communications organization and aimed to measure and improve the university's reputation locally, nationally, and internationally. She also developed a central communications unit on campus that offered strategic guidance and services to the university's colleges, schools, research institutes, and academic and administrative units to ensure collaboration, consistency, and overall mission success for CU Boulder. Throughout this period, Francis also led the campus town and gown efforts with a passion for cultivating and improving the relationship between the city and the university. In 2019, Francis stepped back from her vice chancellor role to focus on these important community engagement efforts as a senior strategic advisor for community and government engagement. She retired from this position in March of 2021. Throughout her time at the university, Francis was heavily involved in many important city and CU efforts, including relations between the campus, students, and neighbors on the Hill, and the CU Boulder Hotel Conference Center. By far, the most controversial and enduring of these efforts has been annexation of CU Boulder South, the parcel of land where CU would one day like to build housing for faculty, staff, and upper division students. Francis's expert consensus building skills played a major role in crafting a jointly developed annexation agreement between the city and university. In March of this year, Draper announced her retirement at a Boulder City Council meeting, saying that since I've spent the last couple of decades working on city and university issues, I thought a council discussion of a CU City's issues was the right place. She was only able to enjoy a few months of retirement before she passed. Frances is remembered for her leadership in fostering good relations between the university and the city, collaboration skills that brought people together on even the toughest of issues, sharp wit, and a distinct, charming humor. She often said, "There's a pony in here for everyone," and she worked hard to make that so. Around her retirement, Frances was asked about the legacy of her work, to which she said, "I hope it's a simple testament to what can be achieved by working together." Tonight, we, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, recognize, honor, and appreciate the life of Frances Draper and her many contributions to the community. And with that, I will also let everyone know that there is a memorial service for Frances Draper, and that is October the, I'm just pulling it up, October 9th at 10 a.m. And I'll just stop with those announcements and say that it was an honor and a pleasure to be able to work with Frances in her role with the university. I did not know Frances personally, but I will say that she did an excellent job at being an ambassador from the university to both us and the city government, as well as to the people of Boulder more broadly. And with that, I would turn to anyone who might like to say a few words. I know that we do have a few people here from the university as well as council members. Aaron?
Well, Frances will be greatly missed by so many people. It's fitting that this resolution is done the night of the hearing on the CU South annexation, which she worked on very hard. And I think regardless of how you feel about that project, I think we all acknowledge that she did an extraordinary job in trying to bring the community and CU together, and will be greatly missed by all of us. So thank you for that resolution, Sam.
Thank you, Aaron. And I see Derek Silva from the university. Derek?
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I had the pleasure of working with Frances for the first 4 years I was here and working on this project. And it was just a complete joy to work with someone who is so professional, so caring, and so had such a sharp wit. And we miss you, Frances.
Thank you, Derek. Rachel?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Derek and Aaron said. Frances will be deeply missed, and if her family's watching, I just want to send my condolences. It was always a pleasure to work with her.
Thank you, Rachel. And Pat O'Rourke from CU.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. I think that I can speak on behalf of the CU community to be able to say that Frances was not just an employee, she was a friend and someone who we all trusted. She gave us the advice that we needed to hear, whether we wanted to hear it or not. And her passion for both the community and for the campus was unsurpassed. We will all miss her, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate the fact that the council has chosen to recognize her contributions both to the campus and to the community tonight. You have our thanks.
Thank you, Pat. Abby Benson from the university as well.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just want to echo a lot of what's said. I don't think we would be here tonight without Frances's leadership, especially on this project. I was personally honored to have Frances be the one that convinced me to come to Colorado and work at the University of Colorado. She told me I should come and represent this amazing research university. And by the way, it's in a beautiful city. And she has just been a real force in my career and a real force for a lot of people on the Boulder campus. So we will miss her tremendously. And thank you so much for council for honoring her tonight in this way.
Great. Well, thank you, Abby. And again, Frances will be greatly missed by the community and by the university. And with that, we will move to the third item at the beginning of this meeting. Alicia, would you like to take us to that item?
Of course, sir. That item is item 1C, the City Attorney's Recruitment Committee update on recruitment process and timeline.
Great. And Nuria, would you like to introduce this item?
Yep, I'll ask Jen Sprinkle to come in and share where we are in the process. Good evening, Council. Jen Sprinkle, HR Director. I'm here on behalf of the City Attorney Recruitment Subcommittee to share with you the great work and progress that has been made to date. Just as a reminder, this is the timeline and process. We have gone through a number of steps to completion, the position profile, the active recruitment phase, which closed on August 30th, and the candidate review. And we're now moving forward to the semifinalist stage of the process. And so that will consist of the hiring subcommittee, city leadership representatives, city attorney staff representatives, interviewing the semifinalist candidates, and then sharing that information back with you, Council, in terms of a recommendation from the subcommittee on finalists. That will take us to the in-person interview process, and then finally to hiring. And so if we could go to the next slide, I wanted to share with you some more information and detail and what has happened in the active recruitment process. So the position was posted in a number of national publications and lots of websites and social media. The recruiter outreached more than 260 applicants, and those were tailored based on their qualifications. This was through targeted emails and phone calls. That resulted in 13 candidates, 4 from states outside of Colorado, but predominantly from states with or from applicants within the state of Colorado. The recruiter did a screening process and presented 7 qualified candidates to the subcommittee. And the recruiter shared this information on race regarding those qualified candidates. Just about 42% are white, 28% were Hispanic or Latinx, 14% were Black or African American, and 14% were 2 or more races. The subcommittee reviewed all the applicants and identified 5 of the most highly qualified candidates to be interviewed as semifinalists. We could go to the next slide. I wanted to share with you your role and next steps. So you'll receive a confidential memo with the semifinalist application materials. And we're asking you to read through those candidate materials. And during this timeframe, we will also be doing both virtual and in-person interviews with the semifinalists. The hiring subcommittee, Bob and Rachel, will collect feedback from the semifinalist interviews, as well as your feedback from reading through the candidate materials. And we'll ultimately recommend 2 to 3 finalists based on the feedback that's received. From there, we'll move forward to the finalist interview process. We'll ask you to select finalists at the council meeting on September 28th. And then on October 1st, we ask that you be available to participate in in-person interviews. This would be 2 by 2. You've already received some outreach from the city manager's office on the scheduling of that to place a hold on your calendars. And then from there, we'll collect feedback on that process and hopefully position us to hire. And we would like to have you select the finalist at the October 12th council meeting. So those are your next steps, and I'd like to sort of open it up. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of those for you.
Thank you for that, Jen. Council members, any questions for Jen? I am not seeing any, which means you were very clear.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks very much, Jen. And with that, Alicia, I believe we're ready to go to the next item.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next, we have item number 2 on tonight's agenda, which is the consent agenda, and that will include items A through C.
Very good. Thank you very much. We have 2 regular meeting minutes to approve and a special council meeting to call for September 28th. So any discussion of the consent agenda or a motion? Aaron.
I'll go ahead and move the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Alicia, I believe this is a show of hands, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Very good. Does anyone object to passing the consent agenda? I see no objections, so that motion passes unanimously. And then I believe we're ready for the next item.
Next on our agenda tonight is the item number 4, the public hearings. We have item 4A, which is the public hearing and consideration of the following items related to a petition to annex a 308.15 acre parcel, generally known as CU South, at 4886 and 5278 Table Mesa Drive, 718 Marshall Road, 0 Highway 36, 2 parcels, and 4745 Westmoreland with an initial zoning designation of public in referenced LUR 2019-00010. First is a consideration of a motion to adopt Resolution 1295, setting forth findings of fact and conclusions regarding the annexation, approximately 308.15 acres of land, generally known as CU South, and located at 4886 and 5278 Table Mesa Drive, 0 Highway 36, 2 parcels, 718 Marshall Road, and 4745 Moorhead. And if Resolution 1295 is adopted by Council, finding that the area may be annexed, we have the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8483, annexing to the City of Boulder approximately 308.15 acres of land, generally known as CU South, located at 4886 and 5278 Table Mesa Drive, 0 Highway 36, 2 parcels, 718 Marshall Road, and 4745 West Moorhead with an initial zoning classification of public as described in Chapter 9-5 Modular Zone Systems of the BRC 1981, amending the zoning district map, forming a part of said chapter to include the property in the above mentioned zoning district and setting forth related details. Or the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt by emergency measure Ordinance 8483, annexing to the City of Boulder approximately 308.15 acres of land, generally known as CU South, located at 4886 and 5278 Table Mesa Drive, 0 Highway 36, 2 parcels, 718 Marshall Road, and 4745 West Moorhead with an initial zoning classification of public as described in Chapter 9-5 Modular Zone Systems of the BRC 1981, amending the zoning district map forming a part of said chapter to include the property in the above mentioned zoning district and setting forth related details.
Thank you very much, Alicia. That was a mouthful. And with that, Nuria, how would you like to take us forward?
Thank you, Sam, and welcome, Council. Obviously, today we have a presentation that is many years in the making. Staff is ready with a substantive presentation who will be walking us through a bit of context and highlighting the outcome of those many years of conversations and negotiations that have culminated in a draft ordinance and agreement between the city and CU that you now have before you for consideration. The question of annexation of CU South is complex and nuanced, and we look forward to hearing from you all, as well as our community in this very pivotal moment in the process. Before we get to staff, however, I'd ask our interim city attorney, Sandra Llanes, to preface the meeting with some introductory remarks before turning the reins over to staff. Sandra?
Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, Mayor Weaver, council members, and community members. Tonight, we will be conducting the second reading public hearing on the CU South annexation. I would like to provide some background and information related to the recusals by council member Joseph and Yates. They each sought my advice on whether to recuse themselves from the matter being discussed tonight, as is allowed pursuant to the Boulder Revised Code 2-7-12A, which reads as follows. Any city council member, employee, or appointee to a city board, commission, task force, or similar body may request an advisory opinion of the city attorney whenever a question arises as to the applicability of this chapter to a particular situation. I have addressed the I have advised them to recuse themselves in an abundance of caution and believe a strict interpretation of the city's code requires it. Both council member Joseph and Yates were employed by CU for a short period of time. My legal advice is based on code section 2-7-5A, which reads in part as follows. No person shall be disqualified from service with the city as a public official or a public employee solely because of his or her prior employment. Public officials and public employees shall not take any action with respect to their former employers for a period of 6 months from the date of termination of the prior employment if such action involves an exercise of discretion by the public official and provides direct benefit to the prior employer, including but not limited to a contract, lease, employment, or regulatory approval. In addition, the city code has a broad definition of the term employment and is defined as follows. Employment means providing personal services as an employee or an independent contractor with or without consideration. The proposed agenda for this evening will be as follows. We will begin with a staff presentation where you will hear a summary of the proposed annexation agreement, key issues, and recommendations. The staff presentation will be broken up into 3 parts to allow council members to ask questions at the conclusion of each part. The presentation will take roughly 45 minutes. Next, you will hear a 15-minute presentation by our partners at the University of Colorado, followed by another opportunity for council questions. Following CU's presentation and council questions, we will move into the public hearing and allow for comments from our community members. At the conclusion of public comment, the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal if needed. Lastly, council will motion to continue the matter to September 21st, 2021 for a continuation of second reading and for deliberations. We have many staff present at this meeting that have worked tirelessly and moved mountains to bring you this matter tonight. And with that, I will hand it off to Phil Kleiser, Senior Planner. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm sharing my screen. Good evening, Council, community members. My name is Phil Kleisler, and I work at the City of Boulder as a planner in the Planning and Development Services Department. As Sandra mentioned, this is a team effort, and as such, we have team members joining us this evening from various departments, including the City Manager's Office, City Attorney's Office, Public Works, Open Space, Mountain Parks, as well as the Transportation and Mobility Department. As just mentioned, the order of events for the staff presentation will cover the review process and the existing conditions, and then we'll hit the high points of each section of the agreement, followed by key issues and recommendations. And as noted, we did want to break midway through this a couple of times in order for council to ask questions along the way. Annexations do require action by the city's planning board in the form of a recommendation to city council. And that recommendation, that action took place on July 29th. The planning board's recommendation is included as attachment I to the memo this evening. And just to provide a little bit of context to that document, when you see it and have read through it, the recommendation does include an 11-page matrix of specific recommendations in addition to the level of board support at that meeting. The attachment does include a column that was created since their meeting indicating whether and if so, how we were able to incorporate each of those recommendations into the agreement. So we hope you found that useful. City Council has decision authority over annexation applications, and Council is expected to deliberate and take action on the proposed resolution, as well as the proposed ordinance next Tuesday, September 21st. And then if required, Council may consider the annexation ordinance on third reading, October 5th. Public notification, consistent with section 943 public notice requirements of the BRC 1981, city staff did provide notification to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject location of the application when 600 feet is required and signs have been posted on the property. Additionally, we have been keeping tabs and recording the public comments, particularly the emails that council has received since receiving the application in early 2019. That document is linked on the project webpage. There are 2 recommended actions associated with this application. Per the state annexation statutes, City Council is asked to consider the proposed resolution 1295, which is included as attachment C to the memo. Adoption of the resolution is a procedural step set forth under state law, and it makes determinations and findings about after the public hearing is completed, including whether or not the legal requirements are met, whether or not there's an annexation election required, or whether or not additional terms and conditions should be imposed. The second action is Ordinance 8483. And so if council does adopt the resolution and finds that the area may be annexed, then council is asked to consider at second reading the proposed annexation ordinance, which is included in 2 forms, regular and emergency, attachments D and E. And so if council finds that the immediate passage of the ordinance is necessary for the preservation of public peace, health, or property, then the ordinance to annex the property through the emergency process is provided, again, as attachment E. City staff is asking council to give strong consideration for the emergency ordinance this evening. As you are aware, the South Boulder Creek Drainage Way has been subject to significant flooding events that have impacted the property and threatened the public's peace, health, and property. The flood risk continues to exist, and as a result, the city is pursuing the flood mitigation project for this drainage way. The annexation does provide a path for implementing the flood mitigation project, and after a lot of conversations amongst city staff, we found that the emergency form ordinance would give additional certainty with the permitting agencies and the city's ability to spend funds for further engineering. The project itself, as you are aware, has a pretty long history to it, but just to hit on some of the milestones over the last couple of decades, the University of Colorado did purchase the property. It was a former gravel mining site in 1996. And shortly after that began a process to develop a conceptual framework plan for the property. And so the map that you see here, just a kind of an icon image of it, is a composite map, concept map that the university developed at that time. I believe it was August of 2001, that did identify flood mitigation as a process that should be explored on the northern portion of CU South. And it was also at that time where the university began becoming interested in discussing land use designations for the property and eventually annexing the site into the city of Boulder. And as such, made several requests to the city to do this. And so for the folks listening who aren't as familiar with the land uses, the land use designations are in the comprehensive plan map from the city of Boulder that define long-term use of a land, and it informs what type of zoning a property gets when annexed into the city. So the city deferred those changes in land uses until there was a plan in place for flooding along the South Boulder Creek drainage way. In 2015, City Council adopted the South Boulder Creek Major Drainage Way Plan that included a preferred option, then called Option D, that used a portion of the CU South property for regional detention at US 36. With that plan adopted, the city was updating the comprehensive plan in 2016, 2017, and partnered with Boulder County and the university to not only examine the land uses, but also take a unique step in developing guiding principles for the property and adopting them as part of the comprehensive plan in 2018. In 2017 and 2018, we began looking at variations of that preferred flood mitigation option. In 2019, the university submitted an annexation application framed after modeled after the guiding principles. And in summer of 2020, council directed staff to pursue a flood mitigation option known as the Variant 1 100-year flood mitigation concept. And so staff has been furthering the engineering on that concept, and that was really a milestone and a turning point in the project, in that staff needed a decision on the flood mitigation project in order to proceed negotiating the annexation agreement. And so after receiving that direction, we have negotiated said agreement and are presenting it to you this evening. And now we're at another decision point, but it's sort of flipped in that a decision on the annexation is requested in order to proceed with the engineering and ultimately construction of the flood mitigation project. And so in looking back at the key milestones of the project, the council, the decision that's being asked for council is built on a lot of layers of previous decisions over a couple of decades. And we'll get into this more later, but there will be a 3 to 5 year period, whereas the city will be getting permits for the flood mitigation project, and the university would be only permitted to construct recreational facilities on the property that don't require connection to city utilities. But we'll get into this in just a little bit more later. We felt it was important to circle back around on the initial conversation we had about annexation with council in October of 2018. So we had a study session where we talked through what an annexation could look like, and council at that time recognized that there's a lot of complexity, and there should be an enhanced process for community members, as well as city boards, commissions, and city council to provide input along the way, more so than what a typical annexation process would allow. And so this was the diagram discussed at that meeting and tweaked over time since. And our process through this, the main deliverables, the normal process is typically the top and bottom rows. We were releasing documents along the way, several term sheets in that first phase of development on the top. The middle phase was a lot of community engagement, and we developed a couple of briefing books, and now obviously we're before council with an annexation agreement. And the process was guided by the CU South process subcommittee, and there was a very conscious effort to default to openness and transparency, and that's why we really continually released term sheets between the city and the university, the briefing books describing everything that we've talked about and the direction it was heading, and at times weekly drafts of the annexation agreement as we're making changes. So we've tried to bring the community along, and council members and board members, and frankly, the agreement is much stronger as a result of it. And there's been a lot of changes as a result of the input that we've received. Special thanks to the process committee for over 24 meetings over this last couple of years, as well as council, the community members who attended the community meetings, drop-in office hours, online questionnaires, and so forth. This is just a vicinity map showing where the campus is in relation to the other CU campuses. And just to note that this is the largest undeveloped site in the Boulder Valley that is currently eligible for annexation. And by eligibility, the primary tool for that is the areas 1, 2, 3 map in the comprehensive plan, with areas 1 being in the city, areas 2 being eligible and generally adjacent to the city or nearby, and areas 3 being not eligible for annexation. And so to annex, it has to meet, in order for an annexation to occur, it needs to meet state and local laws. It has to be in area 2 of the comprehensive plan generally. And annexations in general will be accompanied by an agreement, an annexation agreement that is a negotiated binding contract between the city and the property owner, in this case, the university. As noted earlier, in 2017, we did change the land use designations to 3 shown on this, and we'll get into this a little bit more later. We also adopted the guiding principles to guide these annexation discussions. And in 2016, 2017, that public process, it was clear that folks wanted a bit more certainty about what would happen in the future, and that's why we drafted those guiding principles. Council was instrumental in drafting those, and it really set up the framework for negotiating this agreement. And a central part of the negotiating team's efforts was translating those guiding principles into annexation terms. The initial zoning proposed on the property is public. Properties directly adjacent to the west of the site are primarily designated as residential, with Tantra Park generally bisecting the low and medium density residential areas. Properties to the east and the south are designated as open space, with some existing low density residential and manufactured housing to the south. The site overall is largely undeveloped, except for tennis courts shown here, as well as a warehouse building. It's pretty popular for informal dog walking and when conditions allow cross-country skiing. Did want to overlay some of the existing conditions relative to the floodplain. And the floodplain overall is an area that's expected to be flooded in a given flood event. What's shown here in dark blue is the 100-year floodplain. And so this is defined as a 1% chance of occurrence in a given year. It's the base or regulatory floodplain for FEMA and represents a 26% chance of flooding over the life of a 30-year mortgage. And so that's shown here, and it kind of goes along the edge of the existing levee system on the property. What's shown here, and I'll do this a couple of times, it's a 500-year floodplain. This is defined as a 1 in 500 chance of occurring in any given year, or 1/5 of the flood risk compared to the 100-year flood zone. And then finally, the high hazard zone, which is regulatory for the city of Boulder and represents the greatest risk to life safety. We showed this slide not only to show just kind of where the floodplains are adjacent to the site, but also to indicate and point out that the development zone where the residential academic facilities will be is anticipated to be built is not in the flood plain. And furthermore, the agreement does state that no enclosed habitable structures are permitted in the 500-year floodplain. This shows just a few more existing conditions on the property. We did do an environmental suitability analysis that looked at streams, wetlands, floodplains, plant communities, and it ultimately indicated this kind of heat map of the areas in darker shade of a yellow, orange, as more sensitive to development or disturbance, pointing out that also in the middle map that there are a couple of steep slopes on the site, on the southwest in particular, the hillside, and a berm on the northwest portion of the property. And then lastly, wetlands exist throughout the site. So the annexation agreement, the kind of table of contents is shown here. And it was important that it be structured a certain way because the university as a state entity is not bound by the typical development limitations of the city's development restrictions like in Title IX, such as building height restrictions and so on. And so, however, we are able to implement some of those restrictions through the annexation agreement. And so in some ways, the agreement is structured in a similar way to a land use code where there's definitions, use standards, and so on. Wanted to just highlight a few of the key points in sections 2 and 3 before breaking for questions. Specifically, we heard a lot of concerns from community members and planning board members about what happens if a property or a portion thereof is sold. This is not something that was necessarily addressed in the guiding principles specifically, but we heard that and we developed section 2, and this is requirements for subsequent owners if the portion of the property is transferred to a non-university affiliate. And so the overall intent here in looking at the guiding principles and city policies in the comprehensive plan was to encourage a 15-minute neighborhood. And so we did this both through allowed uses as well as through a pretty robust intent statement in this section. These list of uses, so if the property is sold to another owner, these list of uses will supersede those of the public zoning that's will be applied to the site. Some of the uses we opted to ensure that they undergo the city's use review process, and those are indicated here with the U in parentheses. There's also other requirements such as a 45% affordable housing requirement for any new units for those subsequent owners. And we also heard some additional comments from Boulder County around some concerns of not having just a single family enclave if the property were sold. And so we added an intent statement indicating that as well, that is not what the intent is. The section 2 also includes some language around a university and owner and describing how that relationship works. And it's also, you'll notice through the annexation agreement, specifying that certain standards apply even if sold. And the intent there was to really ensure that the community benefits and certain restrictions transfer on even if the property is sold. And also we, later in the process, we did get some responses and some input from the planning board, community members, council members. And so we were able to negotiate a 10-year exclusive purchase option for the city. So for the 10 years following annexation, land can only be sold to the city and it can only be sold at a set price. A few other pieces of this, the section 3 is the general standards, and those are generally things that impact pretty much the property as a whole. And so consistent with the guiding principles, public access will remain consistent with university access and use policies. And again, I mentioned earlier, but there will not be any enclosed or habitable buildings in the 500-year floodplain. We also had a neighborhood meeting and heard some concern around the location of some of the potential future buildings. And in response to those concerns, we negotiated an enhanced setback on the northwest portion of the property that setbacks buildings 30 feet for certain residential uses and 50 feet for non-residential uses. Certain city regulations will apply, such as wetland, outdoor lighting, and noise restrictions. And as with other property owners, the university is required to pay plant investment fees at the time prior to connecting to our systems. Lastly, before breaking for questions, this is one of the important parts to highlight here visually is that the agreement provides a path for the city to own about half of the property. So the proposal is to dedicate 80 acres to the city of Boulder for flood mitigation, and what's not needed for flood mitigation will be dedicated as open space. And so while engineering is still happening, the flood mitigation concept shown here, we would anticipate needing approximately 36 acres of land. And if that is the case, that would be dedicated to the city at no cost, and therefore 44 acres, the balance of that 80 acres would be dedicated as open space to the area shown here in hatching. And the agreement also does provide a purchase price and an opportunity for the city to purchase the remaining land in that open space zone, which would be 75 acres. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and break for questions. I can stop sharing a screen if there's questions. Otherwise, I could keep going.
Thank you, Phil. Much appreciated. Council, this is an opportunity for questions about anything you've just heard. I am Mark and then Mary. Mark.
Okay. I'm not sure this question is for you or for a city attorney, but with respect to the restrictions on future use, housing and associated uses for 15-minute walkable neighborhoods, as a matter of law, you believe that those are binding upon a future owner?
It sounds to me like that question is to Aaron or Sandra. Aaron, I see you're up.
Yes, it is.
I can take that. I'm Erin Poe with the City Attorney's Office. We have it built in a variety of ways. One is if it's the university, and then also if it's transferred. And so if it's transferred to a non-university owner, they would have to go through use review for many of the uses, and that would be part of the review process, and they would be required to do that. For the university, it is more of an intent statement. And so less binding on the university than it would be a non-university subsequent owner.
All right, my next question, which would not be for Aaron. I have heard it described that we need about 4 or 5 acres for the actual flood mitigation dam. Is that correct, or was that incorrect? This goes back to you, Phil.
That's my understanding, but Joe Tadiucci is also here.
And if I could add a distinction to that, Joe, when you answer, could you talk about the flood wall, the concrete flood wall, and the earthen dam, and just give us a sense of those two components?
Yeah, in total, if I'm remembering correctly, by the way, I'm Joe Tadiucci, Director of Utilities for the city. Our team is responsible for the flood mitigation project. And I might come back and clarify some numbers after I look things up, but there is an earthen embankment portion that's on the western side of the dam footprint. And then there is a concrete flood wall that goes roughly from the boundary of the university property over to South Boulder Creek. And then there's also an area when most of the time the reservoir behind the dam will not have water in it, but during a flood, it'll also store water. And I'm recalling that the total footprint for the dam components and the inundation is about 36 acres. And I think, Mark, you're asking about the flood wall and the impact to open space potentially, and that's 5 acres.
Okay, Thank you. And I guess my last question is, my understanding of the planning board meeting is that they did not recommend annexation. Is that correct, or did that change over time?
They made two motions. One was to recommend the matrix and recommend that those changes be made to the agreement. The motion to recommend approval failed.
Okay. And how many of the items in their matrix would you say ended up being incorporated into the document, if any?
I can count, but as many as possible was our goal. But we can give you we can do a quick tally during this meeting if you'd like.
Doesn't have to be right now. It can be a little later. Okay, that's what I've got for now.
Thank you, Mark. Mary.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Phil, for the presentation. Kind of along the lines of what Mark asked regarding the 15-minute neighborhoods, one of the questions that came up for me today was, well, a little context. Recently, council looked at an affordable commercial recommendation from staff. And after the work that staff did, came back to us with a fairly complex ordinance. And mostly, as I understand it, it was complicated because of the difficulty of providing discounted commercial space in new buildings. So given that all of the buildings would be new within this development, and we're talking about 15-minute neighborhoods, and the businesses that typically provide neighborhood services or personal services tend to be in not so new buildings. Were there any conversations, and if so, what were they like regarding the affordability of such commercial space?
We did not specifically discuss affordable commercial space in the negotiations. This was something that kind of came as a result of kind of the planning board input and some other community input we were receiving along the way. We did want to ensure that other city regulations, and so if the community benefit program were in full effect when that was built, then all of those other city regulations that apply generally would apply here if sold.
Okay.
So, but nothing specific into the agreement about affordable commercial.
Great, thank you, Phil. And then my second question has to do with, we received several comments today regarding that the agreement in terms of the energy efficiency of the buildings. And I'm wondering, you know, the comments that we received were suggesting that the agreement include net zero building. So I'm wondering to what standards would the university build? Because the building codes, that particular set of building codes is not within the set of building codes that they would follow the cities. So what standards would they follow, and what do those standards contain in terms of efficiency and sustainability?
So this was something that we would like the university to speak to. We have included as an exhibit design goals, and these were the kind of the precursor to design guidelines on the property, and it does talk about LEED certification and so on, but I think the university may be best suited to discuss that. And we could do that now, Derek, if you'd like.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, and hi, Mary. To answer your question, some of the things that were...
Derek, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you introduce yourself and Abby as well, just to get started?
Absolutely. So Derek Silva, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Business Strategy at CU Boulder. And so there's a few things that we have around sustainability and that kind of define where we are with energy efficiency, sustainability, and resiliency, and those type of topics. And so, first of all, Chancellor DeStefano announced last spring in his call to climate action that the university has set a goal for full carbon neutrality by 2050. And our under development energy master plan is focusing on increasing efficiency of our buildings and built infrastructure. And that includes goals like reducing energy use intensity by an average of 2% a year to arrive at a 30% increase in building efficiency by 2035. Another goal is 100% emissions reduction from 2005 baseline by 2050. And we do that through transition to clean thermal energy and implementation of a financially viable mix of on-site and regional clean electricity. Another goal we have is 2.5% on-site solar and 14% off-site purchase solar energy by 2026. And then for our facilities, we've got LEED certification for facilities that have basically, we've got 30 LEED buildings on campus. 11 of those are LEED Platinum, which exceed the state requirement of gold. And then our indoor practice facility is LEED Platinum and a net zero facility. So those are just some examples of how we approach sustainability and energy efficiency here on the campus. And that these would apply to the future CU South campus.
Thank you, Derek. That's all I have.
Super. Thank you, Mary. And seeing no more questions, Phil, I think we're ready for you to keep going.
Okay, thank you. So you should be seeing the section 4 zones of consideration. So we'd like, perfect, thank you. We'd like to just run through the different zones on the property. And so the annexation agreement includes these zones and they align with the land use designations for the property shown on the left. The initial idea for this concept was from an intergovernmental agreement that the city has with the NIST campus, where it does identify specific areas for research, preservation, and so on. And so the first zone that we'll go over is the development zone. This is 129 acres of the 308 acre property. And this is where university development will take place, predominantly residential, with academic buildings built on a scale that is less intense than what you see on the East Campus. So just to highlight some of the efforts the negotiation teams made in terms of translating certain guiding principles. One of the big ones is ensuring that housing is the predominant use on the property and that a significant amount of housing is built prior to any non-residential development, with a goal of 1,100 units, residential units. So to achieve this, the agreement includes provisions that 150 residential units will be constructed prior to any non-residential space. And then once that threshold is reached, there'll be a 2-to-1 residential to non-residential phasing formula, whereas the university must construct 2 square feet of residential uses in order to construct 1 square foot of non-residential space. The intent here was really not only to further our jobs population, our housing goals in the city, but to also avoid any scenario whereas more non-residential structures could be built and then the market goes south or something happens where the housing ends up not being built. And so that's what we were avoiding with that. There's also a cap of 750,000 square feet for non-residential space. There was originally no cap, but we were able to achieve this in the agreement after hearing from the planning board, community members. It was negotiated later in the process after hearing those concerns. And it's helpful for providing more certainty about what will be built in the future and helps further some of the city's policies that I just mentioned. So the allowed uses for the university. These, as we were developing these, the overall intent of this was to describe a university campus that also provides housing for faculty, staff, and students. And so the permitted uses are here, listed here, both residential and non-residential. Each of these are defined in the definition, in section 1 definitions. And in addition, the agreement also does require that the university convey 5 acres of the property to a university affiliate or partner and then partner with the city's housing authority for the development of permanently affordable housing. The guiding principles also specify that there are certain uses that will not be appropriate on this property. One of those are large research complexes like those on the East Campus. And so in order to achieve that and kind of translate that guiding principle, we developed this definition, whereas a large residential building is not allowed. And in this case, that would be a building that would have a floor area of above 175,000 square feet. Just for context, this is the biotech building, and the size of this is 417,000 square feet. The guiding principles also discuss that there won't be any large-scale sports venues like a football stadium. So then the question is, how do we define a large-scale sports venue? So we looked at some examples, Boulder and Fairview High shown here, and we looked at fixed seating capacity and ultimately negotiated a definition, whereas a large-scale sports venue, which is not allowed, would have a fixed seating capacity in excess of 3,000 people, which is somewhere in the ballpark between Fairview High School and Boulder High. The guiding principles also talk about building heights that will maintain a general consistency with our height limits and transition gently to the west. And so in this case, building height will be limited to 55 feet as prescribed in the city's charter. And then we also further identified that the buildings that tall won't be appropriate on each portion of the site. And so height is further limited as the elevation increases to the west. We did that through what we called a height ceiling. So there's a surveyed description in the agreement that sets an elevation that's roughly, or it is equivalent to a 2-story home along Chambers Drive in the Highview subdivision. And so in practice, the height ceiling would allow 4 to 5-story buildings on the lower portions of the site in the development zone only, and with progressively shorter buildings permitted as the site increases towards the west. This is just on top of that southwest hillside, looking north-northwest, and this is just an approximation just to show you the horizontal plane that would be in effect with this agreement. We also wanted to translate the guiding principle that describes that development will be contextually appropriate to neighboring properties. And so we developed this use transition zone, which is that southwest hillside that we just saw. Development here would be scaled down to residential uses and recreational uses like neighborhood parks and clubhouses. And this is really where the height ceiling that we just mentioned will be in full force. The second zone that we wanted to highlight is the flood control zone. This is 60 acres of the 300-acre site. It's designated as Park Urban Other in the comprehensive plan. And per the guiding principles, the flood mitigation project, life safety issues associated with that is the primary driver of the project. The footprint of the flood project is shown here. So that would be the primary use in this area. Secondarily, there will be parks and recreational uses that will be allowed in the remaining portion of the land. There is an exhibit to the agreement that this is a rough kind of drawing of it, but the university will have the opportunity to construct recreational facilities here. However, I did want to note that the city does have a responsibility to review and approve those plans to ensure they don't adversely impact the flood, mitigate the flood structure. The next is the open space zone, which is 119 acres of the property and is designated open space other in the comprehensive plan. And so the agreement does provide a path for the city gaining 119 acres of the property for open space, and that's shown here in green. It also provides an opportunity for the city to remove the existing levee system that's shown in red. And this will have a benefit of reconnecting the floodplain and promoting more environmental connectivity between the property and open space and the state natural area to the east. Water rights will also be conveyed to the city in exchange for city irrigation, plant investment fees, and water supply. And this was a critical negotiation piece because it was absolutely needed in order to perform the environmental mitigation in this area. And so the entire area, the vision from the city is to have a comprehensive mitigation area to offset all the impacts of the flood mitigation project, as well as offset impacts of the university's development. And relating to the latter, the agreement provides a path for the university to pay the city for the cost of doing that mitigation on a per acre basis if it does need that mitigation to offset its impacts through its own regulatory process. There will be light and noise standards from the city will apply on this site, and trail connections will be at the city's discretion and follow our normal process. We did have, I'm not going to read all of this, but we felt really fortunate to have several recommendations from the Open Space Board of Trustees to help guide the process. Some of the more recent ones includes an intergovernmental agreement, whereas the city and university will conduct an independent third-party study of the existing light and noise conditions on the property prior to construction of any recreational facilities, which would probably be the first thing built. And the study would then inform decisions on development to encourage the city and the university to consider different ways to mitigate those impacts. We also negotiated into the agreement recently a 250-foot setback from the state natural area, which is generally the open space to the east of all lighted recreational facilities, including fields, as well as a 20-night limit, so 20 nights per year of any Parks and Rec night events that require pole lighting. So those were some of the more recent amendments we made to the agreement to be responsive to some of the concerns about impacts to adjacent open space. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pause for questions.
Thank you, Phil. Council, questions? Mary, I see a hand up, but that may be an old one. There's a hand up again. And Mark. So Mary, you're first if you have anything.
I refreshed my hand because it was getting sweaty. So yeah, I have a couple questions. Thanks again, Phil. And my question has to do with the IGA that will be forged between the university and the city. So my understanding is that this IGA will be negotiated, I presume, after, well, actually, when would it be happen, that IGA? What is the timeline on that? And then, and what do you expect to have that IGA include?
So no recreation or event facility or field can be constructed until that IGA is in place and the noise study is completed. And so what we would expect is that there's that de-annexation period that we'll get into 3 to 5 years after the annexation. The university has the option to construct those types of recreational uses, but they can't connect to city utilities. So it could happen in that 3 to 5 year period, though and so it would also depend on if the university opts to not construct those recreational facilities. It could be later, but there's no deadline to do it of like, we have to do it in 5 years. And I see Erin unmuted, so she might want to also chime in.
That's pretty much what I was going to say. It sounds like the university's plans are not firm yet. So in a way, it depends on their timeline and when they would like to design and start construction.
And what do you foresee being the contents of that IGA?
I would expect it to have agreements about how to set up the baseline study and what sort of consequences there could be for violating that baseline, mitigating or minimizing any sort of impacts on the state natural area in particular, from noise and light from the recreational facilities that would be built in that area.
And would it also be the place that if you mitigate, to what level would that mitigation occur? Is that where that would be contained?
Correct.
Okay. So that's it for that question. Thank you. And then my next question is about the commercial cap of 750,000 square feet. So, and I guess this would be for the university representatives. So 750,000 square feet is where we're at right now, a cap. Initially, there was no cap. And so my question is, why was the study conducted at 500,000 square feet of commercial?
Well, the study, I suppose you're talking about the traffic study.
Yes, I am. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so with that, we had to come up with some assumptions, and that was prior to us negotiating the annexation agreement. And negotiating the annexation agreement, one of the things that we really strove for, and as a perpetual institution like the city, you guys would appreciate this, is that we needed to maintain flexibility, especially for our future research facilities and how we organize our different facilities around our different campuses. And so what we did is we negotiated for the 750,000 square foot cap, but the way it ties back to that trip cap, and that's based on the 500,000, is that we're incentivized to have no net trips above that 500,000 square foot commercial level or non-residential level. And so we have to do a stellar job of managing our TDM programs and keeping our trips down off of the site to be able to unlock that extra 250,000 square feet of space.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like that's it from Mary. Then is that right, Mary?
Yeah, that's right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, super. Then we've got Mark and Aaron. Mark.
Okay, I think that the height ceiling is a really interesting proposition. I'm glad that we've got that. Does it apply to all buildings or just residential?
All buildings.
Okay, so would it be appropriate to infer that most of the non-residential will be located up at the northern portion of the property? Or is that not simply not accurate?
You know, development will be phased from north to south, but the university may need to chime in on where they would anticipate that. And my guess is that they do not know, but the lower elevation areas is where we'd anticipate higher buildings up to that 55-foot limit.
And for to get to that 750,000 square foot cap, they would have to build, in effect, 1.5 million of residential. Is that accurate?
Yes, double.
So I guess my question is, on a piece of ground this size, is there actually going to be room for that much residential and that much commercial? You know, are these caps actually capable of being hit?
So that is a question that we did pose to the university, so they may want to chime in at this point. Specific site planning has not been done, and so I don't have a firm answer, but we have asked that of the university in the past, so I might defer to the applicant.
It's great. Abby or Derek, would you like to speak to the question of can we fit 1.5 million residential and 750,000 non-residential on this site?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to give you some perspective, to break it down on the square foot per acre basis, our main campus is sitting at about 29,300 square feet per acre. And the numbers you mentioned, Mark, would add up to 17,400 square feet per acre. So it's a much less dense than even our main campus, which has plenty of open space interspersed between the different buildings.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Mark. Aaron.
Great. Well, Joe or somebody else, I was hoping you could clear up an item of confusion I think that we've heard from the public, which is that we are not allowing construction of buildings in the 100 or 500 year floodplain, but there is some fill that will be necessary as part of the project. So can you just explain how those two things interact, please?
I can. So before we build our flood project, as Phil described in the land use maps, all of the property that the university would develop on, and it's 129 acres, would be out of the floodplain. When we build the dam and it detains water during a flood, it will inundate a portion of that property and a portion of the 129 acres that they otherwise would have had without the flood project. So the earth and fill will be placed on the eastern end of their eastern side of their development zone to kind of make them whole after the flood project is built, so that they will have that development acreage again. And that was definitely an item of community interest, and we heard loud and clear the concerns around the costs, the initial costs that we came up with for that fill, and that is something that we worked hard on with our design team and the university in negotiating, and we came up with a different refined concept that reduced costs from 10 million down to 3 million for the placement of that fill.
Thanks for that answer, Joe. That's all I got.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. And I have a follow-up, Joe, to that. We see from the slides that we can take the levee down, which is currently there. And I know there's been some talk of whether we can use the dirt, the earth from the levee as fill. Do you know if we'd be able to use all of the levee dirt as part of the fill?
We wouldn't necessarily use it in the fill, but in talking to our design team and Brandon Coleman, who's not able to be here tonight, I believe we're planning to use that in the earthen embankment portion of the dam.
Very good. Okay, so not in the fill, but the levee earth can be used in building that dam then?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Any other question?
I just wanted to colloquy on that one. And if using the levee dirt and on the embankment, does that represent a cost savings?
It does in the sense that all of the earthen material for the fill and the dam is planned to be imported, which is more from offsite, which is more expensive. And so there's a different cost associated with being able to use materials that can be locally sourced on the site. I don't remember off the top of my head what the difference is, but yes, it's less expensive to use that.
Thank you. And would that cost savings be in addition to the cost savings that was accrued, I guess, by changing the design of the embankment?
It would not. That use of the levee fill was accounted for in our original cost estimates.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Great. Seeing none, Phil, back to you.
Thank you. For the final installment of this presentation, we'll hit on transportation and then the final couple of sections. So the overall intent of thinking about future transportation on CU South was to ensure that the transportation needs generated by future development on the property don't unduly adversely impact the surrounding transportation network as well as the adjacent neighborhoods. And primarily, we've envisioned doing this through performance-based standards. And so the transportation components of the agreement we thought could be in kind of three buckets of establishing access, limiting trips, and looking at proactive measures to manage future mobility. So first, establishing access, as noted in the report, there'll be, as proposed, two primary points of access. One would be the existing access from South Loop Drive or Road. This is how you access the site currently, as well as a new primary access to State Highway 93 on the southern portion of the property. Once reconstructed by the university, South Loop Drive would be constructed as a complete street with a multi-use path and a buffered bike lane. Secondary access may be taken from Tantra Drive, though that access would be controlled, limited to emergency maintenance and transit vehicles only. We have heard some concerns, quite a bit of concerns around the safety of establishing a primary access at State Highway 93. Did want to mention that the university is required per the agreement to gain the necessary permits from CDOT, acquire right-of-way, construct any improvements necessary to establish that access, such as if a traffic light was required, acceleration lanes, deceleration lanes, and so on. And so that is a requirement on the university. And we also did add some phasing language that development will be phased from the north part of the site to the south, per the university's request in the phasing line showed in an exhibit here. And so that later phase of development on the southern portion of the site, that would be the point in time where the university would apply for those permits to State Highway 93. Additionally, the agreement does require that the university construct a 12-foot wide multi-use path along the western part of the property, and that's consistent with the city's transportation master plan. The agreement also does provide a path for a cost-sharing arrangement, a 50-50 arrangement between the city and the university for a new multi-use underpass under Table Mesa, connecting the RTD parking ride to Thunderbird Drive, as shown here. Another component, the question of a bypass has a lot of history to it. And there historically has been concerns about the CU South property being used as a shortcut between State Highway 93 heading north up to Foothills Parkway or vice versa. So this was identified in the guiding principles shown in bold on the top of this slide. And so our initial approach to this was to define what a bypass is and prohibit it. And so that the agreement did that. We continue to hear some concerns, especially from Boulder County. And so the agreement was recently strengthened to include this language here around employing physical and tech measures like RFID activated gates to really prevent the use of the property from being used as a bypass. And so this would be kind of similar to how some of the other campuses are structured. One of the big components of the transportation program is a trip cap. And this is a requirement that limits the daily automobile trips to and from the property. And so a trip in this case is a one-way trip to or from the property, with public transit being excluded. The numbers for the trip cap were based on a study submitted by the applicant, and the total amounts for South Loop Drive and State Highway 93 are shown here. Monitoring enforcement, there will be several points in which the university will need to be kind of monitoring the progress of this. There'll need to be one traffic count conducted prior to development. Once up to 900,000 square feet of any kind of development, which is roughly about halfway built out, the university would commence annual monitoring of the property to ensure compliance with the trip cap program, and also one monitoring period between phases to ensure compliance. The agreement does also spell out what a special event is, and that there's 12 special event days per year that could exceed that trip cap. And then lastly, the compliance and access limitations. The compliance, if a monitoring period comes back as out of compliance, the university, several things happen. The university will have 3 months to identify and communicate the strategies for lowering those trips. And then they'll have a period of 180 days to implement those strategies. And so some of that might be bigger capital investments or different programming changes. And during that time, any phases of development that are not underway would be placed on hold. The university would then be doing quarterly monitoring, and would need to do so until at least 2 monitoring reports show compliance with the agreement. And then if we go a whole year of those quarterly reports, then specific damages are applied on a per trip basis and reinvested into the site until, again, the trips get to within the allowable threshold. Did want to mention access limitations. And so with the concern around State Highway 93, if for some reason a permit is not obtained for that, those trips are forfeited, and the university would have the 5,550 trips to South Loop Drive. So that was one point that we wanted to mention. We also negotiated maximum parking requirements based on 1 square foot per attached dwelling unit, or 600 square feet of one space per 600 square feet of non-residential space. Other requirements such as paid parking will be set at market rates and shared among different uses of the property. The university would construct a multimodal hub to implement connections between on the property and between other campuses. A transportation demand management strategies are identified in the agreement, like micro-mobility program, van pool, carpool subsidy programs, and parking management. And lastly, to further the city's policy of growth paying its way, there is a transportation fee that's assessed at the time of development for each non-residential or each residential unit and each square foot of non-residential space. That fee, if the site were totally built out, would be estimated at around $3 million. The review of plan section is pretty basic. It does provide and formalize an opportunity for the city to provide comments, review and provide comments on the CU South Master Plan and conceptual design plans. The conceptual design plans is something the university does, and it's early enough in the process for the city's comments to have weight and actually potentially make changes if necessary. And then the disconnection from the city. This is an important one that was negotiated later in the process. And given that flood mitigation is a primary driver and dedication of land for the project is one of the key community benefits proposed, we felt it was necessary to tie the annexation to the flood mitigation project. And so the city, if we do not receive the permits for the flood mitigation project in 3 to 5 years following annexation, known as the de-annexation timeframe, then council can choose to reverse the annexation decision. The section 7, right of first offer, this just provides an option for the city to purchase the property or portions thereof if the CU receives an offer from a third party or wants to sell a portion of the property under its own volition. We won't go into the details here, but did want to say that we heard a lot of community input, council input, and so on, and we're able to extend the time frame for responding to one of those to also include a referendum if necessary. And again, just note that the 10-year exclusive purchase option for the city at a capped price. And recently, a right of second refusal was also entered into or added to the annexation agreement that provides an additional opportunity for the city to make an offer on a property it previously declined. Lastly, key issues. We identified several key issues, consistency with the comprehensive plan, state statutes, and as well as whether or not initial zoning of public is appropriate for the land being annexed. And staff finds that on balance, the proposed annexation is consistent with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. The most relevant policies in the comprehensive plan are probably the CU South guiding principles. So in the memo, we included both the guiding principles and a lot of other policies and about how the agreement is or isn't consistent with those policies. The property itself also represents a significant development potential. And as such, the comprehensive plan identifies that extra community benefits need to be expected for those sorts of annexations. And oftentimes, affordable housing is the #1 benefit, but also provision of land for public purposes, open space, and so on. And so staff does find that the proposed annexation is consistent with state statutes and city policies around growth, shown here. The annexation agreement that council is considering does represent the single largest annexation in 30 years. The agreement overall was written to enable the city and the university to meet each organization's needs and provide a path for the flood mitigation of project and gain additional open space, while also allowing the university to be permitted to expand its housing options for students, faculty, and staff. It also allows the city to apply certain regulations that otherwise would not be applied to the university. Additionally, city services are available to the property with the annexation. And relating to policies 110 and 117, staff finds that the proposed annexation does represent a significant development potential and also provides a significant community benefit. Some of those are listed here. Lastly is the key issue of initial zoning of public. And so staff finds that the proposed initial zoning of public is appropriate for the land proposed to be annexed. Zoning of annexed land needs to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, the land use designations, and goals. And so the goals in this case are most clearly articulated again through the guiding principles. And so just to hit each of the designations briefly, the portion of the site designated public we found consistent with the public zoning because the definition for the public land use specifically anticipates the university, and it's also consistent with how other campuses are zoned in the city, public. The park urban other area of the property is also consistent, we found, with the comprehensive plan, in that the definition of park urban other allows for flood control and recreational purposes, which is both the primary purposes of that area of the property. And then lastly, the open space other land use designation. There is no complementary zoning district for the OSO land use designation. However, we did find that the public zoning in this case was appropriate for the OSO land because the terms of the annexation agreement apply to that area, control the future uses in a way that are consistent with that land use of open space other. And so the suggested motion, we won't read through these. They were read through earlier in the introduction, both regular and emergency. And before wrapping up, Joe Tadeucci with the Utilities Division of Public Works would like to have one final comment to council.
Thank you, Phil. So again, for those who might have missed the introduction earlier, I'm Joe Tadeucci. I'm the Director of Utilities. Our Utilities Department is responsible for the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project, which is closely tied to this annexation process that we're talking about tonight. And you just heard Phil summarize the annexation agreement, which really sets the stage for one of the key property owner arrangements that we need to be able to proceed with the flood project design and permitting. And we can certainly go back to it if you have questions, but when Phil showed the land use figure that illustrated our dam footprint and the inundation area behind the dam, the recreation facilities and where those would go, and are talking about our obtaining the open space and the water rights, those are all key parameters of this agreement that really set the stage for us to be able to proceed with the final design and to be able to mitigate the environmental impacts of our project and know where that can happen on the open space. And so it's important to have this pinned down by the annexation agreement as we approach the permitting and approval agencies. Earlier in the presentation, we showed a timeline that went back to 1996, and there have been many council decisions along the way. In the last couple of years, City Council has made some key decisions which have really put us in the position to be here tonight having this discussion. And one of those decisions was choosing the variant 100-year option as the basis of design. That really gave us the clarity we needed to know what our project footprint would look like and to be able to sit down with the university and talk about how the property could be divided up for various uses and various objectives. So this second reading that we're here for presents another major decision point in the process. And at the core of what we're doing, and Phil mentioned that the flood project is a driver and it's kind of at the foundation of everything. At the core is a life safety issue. And this slide summarizes some of the key figures of people and structures protected. And when US 36 overtops, as it did in 2013, and water rushes over the highway and into the West Valley, it really puts people in harm's way, whether they're on the freeway or if they're people who live in or are visiting the neighborhoods to the north. And Phil, if you'll go to the next slide. And here's what that looks like, just as a reminder. And this photo for me, it's been about 2 years that I've been working on this project in earnest. And this is a powerful image that I saw staff put up in prior presentations. It's really stuck with me throughout this process. And I actually go back and glance at it every once in a while just to remind myself of what we're doing and what's driving this. And certainly we're with the annexation agreement, we're wanting to protect the people that are in danger from the flooding, but we've put just as much emphasis into negotiating other things that Phil mentioned for the benefit of the community, like the open space and reducing costs, and have taken all the perspectives we've heard over the last few years into account. So following the 2013 flood, I was in a different role in city utilities at the time, but I remember being at many of the RAB meetings and hearing the harrowing accounts of what happened in the West Valley when US 36 overtopped. We don't usually get a lot of interest in our RAB meetings, but at times there were busloads of people there. I've never seen so many people at RAB, and just hearing their tales of what happened to them. And like there are times where I was standing in the back of the room and just had a lump in my throat listening to it. The flooding situation that we're trying to protect against does present a threat to the public peace, health, and property. And I know and can appreciate that the council members have so much to think about with the approval of this agreement and whether or not to do it on an emergency basis. And I can appreciate the position that you're in. For the flood project, the emergency ordinance would be another one of those key decisions that would give us the most certainty and would give us clarity to move forward with the design and permitting. So that, thanks to Phil for carrying most of the load tonight in our prepared remarks. That's the end of our prepared presentation, and we have lots of backup slides and staff here and are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Well, I want to say thank you to both of you and to the whole team for the presentation. It is super clear and very helpful. Council members, do we have any questions after this third phase of presentation? If not, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, or Aaron, what are the legal distinctions between doing this on an emergency basis and not on an emergency basis? I mean, there's no present emergency. This is going to be 2, 3, 4 year project. What drives that? And what are the distinctions?
I can answer that question. And thank you for the question, Mark. So if the ordinance passes by non-emergency, and if it so happens that a referendum moves forward to election, in other words, signatures are certified, then the annexation ordinance is suspended. However, whether emergency or non-emergency, the city can still expend funds provided that the funds have been budgeted and appropriated. The larger issue is whether and how much money should be spent in light of the uncertainty that a referendum would place on the project. Ultimately, it's a policy call. If passed by non-emergency, then council may want to provide staff direction on whether to pursue flood mitigation prep work by motion or general direction. However, that could be changed by a newly seated council who might provide a different direction. The agreement and annexation ordinance will be suspended until it receives a vote rejecting repeal at the next municipal election. And then in the alternative, if the ordinance passes by emergency and the referendum moves forward to election, again, signatures are certified, then the ordinance is not suspended from going into effect while the referendum proceedings are pending. If the voters approve the referendum, the annexation ordinance shall be considered repealed with respect to any further action. In other words, any actions after the referendum approval. And all rights and privileges conferred by the annexation ordinance would be null and void. But even if the voters approve the referendum, any payments made or expense incurred prior to a referendum vote is expressly allowed if passed by emergency.
I'm simply not understanding the difference in the risk factors from one to the other. In either case, the approval is going to be contingent upon the outcome of a referendum, is it not? Neither action forestalls a referendum or a vote on that referendum if the signatures are obtained. Am I missing something?
If it's passed by emergency, then staff has clear direction on what they can do. If it's passed by non-emergency, it's not as clear. There's just simply more risk from in one circumstance versus the other.
And can't council provide that direction?
Council can't.
If we pass it by non-emergency, can we not provide you with sufficient direction as to what we would like you to do or not do? I'm trying to grasp the necessity for one over the other. I'm not unalterably opposed to doing it that way, but I'd like to understand
Sure.
what we're doing and why it's important to do it that way as opposed to simply in the ordinary course.
In addition to,
I'm sorry.
let me just,
Okay,
can
go
I
ahead.
answer that last question real
Yeah.
quick? So one thing that I want to point out is that if it's passed by emergency, then we have a signed agreement. And in the other circumstance, we don't, because everything is suspended. And so it provides the city with a greater legal position and less risk.
Okay, we may have to agree to disagree a little bit on that because I'm not seeing the reduction in risk from one to the other.
Can I add to what Sandra's saying? With the signed agreement, that puts us in a better position to go to the agencies that we need permits from and demonstrate to them that we have a right to the land. That's always a standard condition that you'll get from permitting agencies is they'll give you the approval and you have to be able to demonstrate that you have the ownership and the right to build whatever it is you're permitting on that property. And so that it's a more desirable position to be in when we're going and approaching those agencies.
Have we contacted those agencies to see if they are flexible in how they would review our project?
We have been in preliminary discussions with all of the permitting agencies, and we'll be starting to submit formal permit applications in the beginning of 2022.
But have any of them said to us, don't come back to us unless you pass this by emergency?
No, we have not had this discussion with them specifically. What I'm saying to you now is more based on just my years of experience and being around these projects and the conditions that you need to be able to demonstrate to get the permits. So we would, as Sandra's saying, from that aspect, that we could certainly proceed with those permitting activities, but we would be more at risk of something changing or getting their full attention if the land ownership situation is less secure.
In neither case, I assume, are we blocked from spending money to continue design? That's our discretion, is it not?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
If I may colloquy, I just had a question, just a quick follow-up question on the financial portion of it. I did hear Sandra say something about the expenditure of funds. I did hear a difference in the two situations on how the expenditure of funds works. Is that, was I imagining something, or is there no difference?
You're correct. So if it's passed by emergency, then there's clear authority that expenses can be made, payments made and incurred prior to a referendum decision being made. So there is clear direction in our charter that says that.
Okay.
Sandra, if I can colloquy back, and is there clear prohibition on the expenditure of those funds in our charter if we do it without an emergency ordinance?
There is not, but conversely, I mean, it's called out in the charter that payments made and expenses incurred prior to the referendum vote are allowed. it's silent in the other case. So we would be making an assumption.
Okay, as I said, we will have to agree to disagree on this issue in terms of the necessity of emergency legislation. Thank you.
So I guess I'll colloquy as well. Mark, I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'm going to hold those until the 21st because I think there's more nuance to this, but I'd like to hear from the public before we begin our discussion with each other. But I'll just say that there's more details to go into on this discussion point, I think, in the future.
Okay.
Any other council questions for staff? Mary.
Yeah, I think my hand was still up.
Well, I couldn't tell if it was colloquy or.
I know, me neither. I just have one question about the access to Highway 93 if it is ever built. One of the more recent additions to the annexation agreement was that RFID gates would be used on that entrance. Do we know how and who would have, or how and who would have access to that opening and closing of the gate? How would that be determined? And this is probably a question for university representatives.
I agree, if Derek and Abby don't mind, or Patrick.
Yeah, I would just add, and I'm Abby Benson, I'm the Deputy CEO of the Boulder campus, and the agreement allows for physical or technological barriers to prevent that road from being used as a bypass between 93 and Foothills, which was one of the key aspects of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I would say because we don't have a site plan at this point, it's premature to give you details about who may or may not have access, but what we've committed to is making sure that it's not used as a bypass per the BVCP Comp Plan.
And I would also add, Mary, that we do have the ability currently on the campus where we have people who essentially have cards and other ways to be able to access facilities, much like a gate controlled community, in order to be able to ensure that people who are not CU affiliates would not have the ability to simply cut through the property. Because we currently use that on the campus to be able to make sure that it's not used as a bypass. So it's not a stretch in terms of the technology.
Okay, and just a little follow-up question on the current use of RFIDs on the current campus. Who does have access and not have access? What criteria are used?
It's role-based access, which is if somebody needs to be able to access a particular location because of their need to work or study in a particular location, we can do that. So we would have to look at who needed role-based access to the site. If we had a researcher who was working in a facility, they'd have an RFID, or if they had people living on the site, then you could be able to do that. So we would be able to do that the same way that we do that with our current affiliates.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Super. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Pat. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, then I guess I'll turn it back over to you, Phil, and I'm assuming that we're going to the applicant at this point.
Yes, so now's the portion of the meeting where the applicant has an opportunity to address council. And so I might let the applicant and their team introduce themselves for speakers.
So if you don't mind, thanks for sharing this slide. I think we're actually going to hear from the Chancellor first. So if you don't mind just unsharing for a minute, that would be excellent. Chancellor, I think you're here somewhere.
Yes, and I just need Brenda to allow me to start my video.
Oh, great.
You should be able to now, Phil. Thanks.
All righty. Thank you. I appreciate it. And good evening, and really thank you for the opportunity to join this meeting. The CU Boulder South annexation has been in our civic conversation for so many years, and it's tremendously gratifying to have an annexation agreement that reflects the shared values of the city of Boulder and the University of Colorado. In that vein, as we did earlier, I also want to recognize the recent passing of Francis Draper. Frances led this process for CU Boulder for many years, and as long as she could, while she bravely battled through her cancer. And I want to publicly honor and thank Frances for her contributions to both CU and the city of Boulder. She was a firm believer that the university and city success were deeply intertwined, and that we could both maximize our potential by working together and building off each other's strengths. None of us could have gotten here without her work, her collegiality, and her dedication to this project. And she is with us and always will be in spirit. As a 47-year resident of Boulder, as well as the university chancellor, I am fully invested in ensuring that the city will be able to construct critical flood protection while preserving valuable open space for the community and allowing CU to eventually move forward with much needed attainable housing for students, faculty, staff, and the broader community on the site. They want to be able to live in the community where they work and where they study. And after more than a generation of discussion, planning, and negotiation, I have no doubt that this version of the annexation agreement is our best path forward. The agreement on the table is a world-class example of how a university and a community can work in tandem toward an equitable and sustainable future. It allows the community to continue to enjoy the wonderful natural beauty and accessibility of the site while moving to protect 2,300 residents from the very real threat of future floods. It sustains a relationship between the city of Boulder and the University of Colorado that began in the 1800s and has carried us through both good and challenging times. And I'm very pleased that this university and the city have worked collaboratively since the initial draft of the annexation agreement was released to address concerns that were voiced both by council members and the community. The annexation agreement before you, after the public vetting process, fairly balances the needs of both CU and the community. Having addressed those concerns, I respectfully ask the council to approve the annexation agreement that has been many years in the making so that we can move this process forward. And the time to act is now. I will turn it over to Derek and Abby to speak about specifics of the annexation agreement. And they and Pat O'Rourke, our campus chief operating officer, will be able to answer any questions that you have of them as well. So thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Abby and Derek.
Thank you so much, Chancellor, for those remarks. Phil, are you able to share our slide deck? Thank you. Excellent. So good evening, everyone. My name is Abby Benson. I'm the Deputy Chief Operating Officer of the Boulder campus, and I'm really excited to be here along with my colleague, Derek Silva, to present on the annexation agreement for CU Boulder South that City Council is considering. As we heard earlier, I just have to say I'm really honored to be working on this project and building upon all the hard work that Frances Draper carried out for so many years on the project. And I appreciate the council's declaration around Frances today. So I also want to thank the Chancellor for being here and for his absolute dedication to this effort, and recognize Pat O'Rourke, our Chief Operating Officer, who will also be able to answer questions tonight. So if you could go to the next slide. So the annexation of CU Boulder South is a top priority for the University of Colorado Boulder, and we're really focused on ensuring that we can continue to deliver on our mission for years to come while offering significant benefit to the community. This has truly been a team effort. City staff has been amazing. We've worked with them for so many years, and we have appreciated the commitment by City Council, city boards, and the community to get involved and share feedback on the agreement. And thanks to Phil for walking through very easily the key points of this really complex agreement. This agreement is a culmination of years of collaboration between the city, the county, the university, and the community, with the goal of achieving that vital flood protection for the thousands of Boulder residents who remain at risk of flooding 8 years this week after the catastrophic 2013 floods. Additionally, we have a rare opportunity with this site to make a sizable impact on the severe housing shortage in Boulder. The values that drive this agreement are values the university shares with the community, which is why we're so pleased that the agreement solidifies these values with a series of binding commitments. The annexation agreement also helps achieve our mutual goals of sustainability and resiliency, two values that CU and the city embed in every project that we embark on. Next slide, please. So community protection. This slide shows a city of Boulder rendering of what the proposed flood embankment would look like at the north end of the site as we look to the south. And Phil already walked through a lot of what this is going to look like. While flood protection has been the catalyst for driving this annexation agreement, and we are so pleased to contribute to the agreement by dedicating 80 acres of land for the project, the overall agreement itself offers a number of additional benefits to the community. Next slide, please. Housing is going to be the primary use of the site for CU Boulder. We are committed to building additional housing options for our university affiliates and for the community. Our ability to provide approximately 1,100 units of new attainable housing comes at a time when the cost of living in Boulder is increasingly out of reach for many, and it will help take pressure off of the local housing market. Additionally, the agreement dedicates 5 acres of land for an affordable housing partnership, which would be open to anyone in the community who qualifies. This project alone would allow the city to meet its annual goal for new affordable housing units with just one project. As you heard from Phil, we've also committed to a 2-to-1 minimum required ratio of residential square footage to non-residential square footage to ensure that the predominant use of the site will always be housing. We believe the housing on this site will be a vital community benefit that will further our city and the university's shared goals around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Next slide, please. Permanent open space. Another major benefit to the community is that this agreement will add 119 acres of permanent open space to the city's inventory. One concern we have heard and responded to in this agreement is the need for the city to have access to water rights on the site in order to aid in the city's restoration of land related to the flood mitigation project. CU Boulder does currently own water rights on the land, and these will be permanently conveyed to the city as part of this agreement to support this mitigation. Both the city and university will be required to mitigate any wetlands displaced by the development of construction of the flood protection. And as has been mentioned previously, we will ensure access to the site for the community that we know has really enjoyed recreating on the facility for many years. Now I'm going to turn it over to Derek to talk about some other details of the agreement.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, so as far as permanent open space goes, this is a contribution and the dedication is going to happen with this annexation agreement. And it will ensure that more than 1/3 of the site is preserved as permanent open space. In addition to that, conveyance of water rights to the city of Boulder will aid in the restoration of land, and mitigation of wetlands displaced by CU Boulder development, where the city construction of flood mitigation can also occur in that area. Next slide, please. And so for transportation, the agreement contains some pretty innovative transportation solutions which will be implemented on the site over time. Now, some of these are new to the city of Boulder and will not only mitigate future traffic impacts and support the city's transportation goals, but will also keep Boulder at the forefront nationally as a leader in sustainable solutions. And they include performance-based transportation plans and the establishment of a multimodal hub, as well as the trip cap concept. Safety is going to be a top priority at the site for all users, no matter the mode. And an annexation agreement establishes a trip cap that is unique to Boulder and limits daily traffic in and out of the site, creating an additional constraint on development. And finally, the agreement also includes parking ratios that are lower than what the city generally requires. And this is a TDM effort to, again, try to reduce the number of single occupancy vehicle trips on and off the site. Next slide, please. So for sustainability and resiliency, I covered a lot of this earlier in answering Mary's questions, but I'll just hit the high points again. And that is that, the big goal that the campus has is full carbon neutrality by 2050. And some of the other interim goals are by 2026, 2.5% on-site, 14% off-site solar energy generation. And then the LEED certification for our facilities, we aim to exceed the state standard of LEED Gold and do that in 11 of our 30 facilities, including one facility, the indoor practice facility, which is a net zero facility. And then the housing and transportation components of the agreement will play major roles in supporting the city and university values around climate action and sustainability. And so that includes the implementation of the campus energy master plan and reducing in commuting. If we're able to just take a few hundred cars off the road by enabling people to live in the town and where they work and provide them with sustainable transportation options, we can reduce CO2 emissions by millions of pounds. And finally, the permanent protection of open space provides a layer of protection that doesn't currently exist at the site and ensures that this land will continue to provide ecological benefits long into the future. Next slide, please. And so just to talk a little bit about some of the shared values and how we've addressed them. So through the agreement, the university will adhere to the city's 55-foot height limit. And the agreement creates a height ceiling that further restricts the building heights along the western edge of the property to ensure a low impact transition to neighboring residential areas. We have provided public access to the site for years, as Abby mentioned before, and will continue to do so. And that's a priority within this agreement. And we touched on the collaborative piece earlier that includes over 100 public engagement events since 2018, providing valuable feedback from the public, helping to shape this agreement. And I want to reiterate that all of these values are now embedded within this legally binding agreement. Next slide, please, Phil. And so as far as incorporating community input, since the initial draft of this agreement in July, we've heard a few questions and concerns come from the community and wanted to make sure to address them. And we've worked diligently with city staff to incorporate those into the agreement. These include questions about how much oversight the city will have on future development. And it's important to remember that the annexation agreement is legally binding, so its provisions supersede the university's rights as a state entity. And the city will maintain compliance review and comment periods for all phases of development to ensure alignment with the annexation agreement. But we've agreed to cap the purchase price only for the city for unimproved land at current as annexed appraised value for 10 years, adjusting for inflation. And we've also agreed to not sell to any third party for 10 years. So that gives the city the exclusive right to be able to purchase the property during that period if we were to sell it. But I do want to emphasize that selling the property is not in our plans. So this is an extremely low likelihood event that is something that would be unaccounted for in the future. But if we were to sell it to a private party, another question that is addressed in the agreement centers around this unlikely scenario. And first, as I mentioned, we don't anticipate selling the property. But if we do sell it to a private developer, some of the conditions, and these are things that we've heard quite a bit from the community about, is having the guardrails around what would happen if it's sold to a private developer. And some of the big ones are 45% affordable housing requirement would become effective on transfer. And that would ensure that the property continues to convey the community housing benefits that the city's bargained for under the current agreement. Other provisions that are currently other provisions that will place greater emphasis on development of the housing beyond the affordable housing requirement above. And future land uses would need to be compatible with a 15-minute neighborhood, meaning that people would have access to their basic needs, parks, food, et cetera, within 15 minutes of walking, biking, or transit. And then Highway 93 access. So we're committed to the health and safety of our students, faculty, staff, and the larger community. And we have a demonstrated history of partnering with the city and spending millions on safety improvements, including underpasses at Broadway and Euclid Avenue along Baseline Road and the current under construction project at 30th Street and Colorado Avenue. The university and the city will use the Vision Zero action plan, robust data, and the most current best practices in traffic engineering to inform and create safe mobility options for all users that simultaneously support the multimodal transportation and climate goals of the city and the university. All aspects of the site at 93, including safety, will require review and approval by CDOT, and CU Boulder will work closely with the city and CDOT to determine the best approach to safety at the intersection. And the city and CU Boulder have agreed that Highway 93 access will not be necessary until development occurs beyond the southern half of the site, which is at least 10 years off. Next slide, please, Phil. And so as far as updates to the agreement, a lot of what is incorporated into the agreement is in response to the feedback, again, that we have taken in through numerous public engagement events. There has been collaboration and compromise on both sides, and that includes several revisions just since the annexation agreement was first released back in July. And prominent among these were provisions around the potential sale of the property once annexed, which we've already covered. But there are also some other prominent recent updates, and those include the ones listed here on the slide. We're disincentivized from building housing units larger than 2,000 square feet. Prohibition on university connected utilities prior to expiration of the city's de-annexation option period. A limit on the number of nighttime events that we can hold at lighted recreation facilities each year. Setbacks from the state natural area and adjacent residences for all lighted recreation and event facilities. And technological or physical measures to prevent use of property as a bypass, which we've spoken about. And phasing of development from north to south to have that Highway 93 access be required later on down the road. And as well, the university is going to be paying that transportation fee to the city. And with that, I will shift back to Abby.
Great, thanks, Derek. Next slide, please, Phil. So in closing, I wanted to share this annexation purpose statement that was accepted by the city in October 2018, which Phil actually also referred to in his presentation. This statement is so important because it demonstrates the foundation upon which we have worked meticulously with the city and the public over the course of years to craft this agreement that comprehensively achieves flood protection for the community, increases access to housing, preserves open space and valuable habitat, protects views and sightlines, implements sensible development, demonstrates leadership on climate action and transportation, and continues recreational use of the site. We have met the goals set forth so many years ago when the decision was made by the city, county, and university to jointly pursue this annexation path. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here tonight and present on the agreement, and we look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Abby and Derek and Phil and Pat, for being here and for walking us through your perspective on this. I'll turn now to council. Council, do we have any questions for CU? Mary.
Just a quick follow-up question for Derek on the sustainability and building efficiency. Would your plans include net zero?
They do in the 2050. I mean, we're looking at full, basically a carbon-free campus at that point. So by 2050, yes. But in the interim, working to that, I don't know that there are any net zero type goals.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mary, may I just add a comment to that, which is one thing we really have demonstrated is that we try to act before we're required to. So Derek mentioned, we abide by the state guidelines, but we also try to exceed them. We do have a net zero facility on the campus, even though there isn't a requirement for that. So I will say, even though we don't have development plans and we can't necessarily predict what's in the future, these commitments, I think, will drive us to try to act proactively and try to get ahead of regulations that may be imposed on us, because we really feel that this is core to CU Boulder. Sustainability, resiliency, this is something the chancellor's been out there on. I think you all know we have a long history of it. So I just wanted to add that perspective. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Abby. And thank you, Derek. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, with that, the time is now to turn to the public hearing. But before we do that, Council, it looks like it will be a long public hearing. We have almost 100 speakers signed up. So I'm going to propose a short break for folks. Are we good? Council members, give me a thumbs up if you're good. Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. So let's take a 10-minute break. It is 8:17. Let's return at 8:27, and we will start once we come back by opening the public hearing, and we'll begin that with Brenda reminding us of the guidelines for one. So I will see you all in 10 minutes.
Sam, as we're coming back from the break, I will let you know that I'm having some intermittent technical issues, but we have Taylor in the host role with me as co-host. It does not compromise my ability to do my role. And Chris Meschuk is here as backup as well. So you're covered, but if things get a little strange, that's why.
Okay, that's no problem at all. It looks like we've got people coming back now, and we got maybe one more minute before we get started.
Sam, I'm here, but I'm going to turn my video off because I'm eating.
Okay. And Mary, if you could let us know when you are back. There she is. All right. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It looks like we have our quorum back, and we are at the part of the item where we have heard from our staff and asked questions, heard from the applicant and asked questions, and now we're going to open the public hearing and hear input from people in Boulder. And with that, Brenda, would you please walk us through the rules of decorum for a public hearing?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sam. We know that we have a lot of folks here to share their thoughts with us tonight, and have these rules in place both to keep our meetings safe from disruption and also to make sure that we stay in a positive atmosphere for a productive conversation together. So I'll just read them over quickly. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes that led to it, please visit the website that you see on your screen, which can be found by searching Productive Atmospheres from the city's homepage. Here are some examples of the rules of decorum that are found in the Boulder Revised Code and the other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during tonight's meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business, in this case, the issue on the floor tonight. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted. I do have some folks who I'm only seeing the first name or a collection of letters. If that is the case for you, I've been reaching out to you in the chat. Please just use the Q&A box to give me your full name. I'm happy to change it for you. I also have one person on the phone. The last 4 numbers are 9646, and we also need your name before we can unmute you. I've sent you a text message, so please respond to that message. If we don't hear from you, we will figure out a way to get your name. So thank you so much, Sam. That's it for me.
Great, thank you, Brenda. And I think we all understand that there are lots of strong, passionate feelings about this issue. It has been a long time a subject of discussion in the community. So please, if you can, try and treat this as you're trying to convince people of the way you see things rather than browbeat them. So if you could please treat each other with respect, that would be most appreciated for tonight. We do have a lot of people signed up, and so it will be 2 minutes per speaker. There is a provision for pooling time. So if a speaker has two partners and they pool time together, the designated speaker for that group will get 4 minutes. So with that, our first three speakers tonight are Lori Dornberger, Elmar Dornberger, and David McGuire. And we will start tonight with Lori.
Good evening. I'm Lori Dornberger and reside at 4890 Koala Drive in Boulder. As a resident of Boulder since 1998, I fully support the annexation of CU South. I ask you to vote yes to annex as an emergency to prevent additional delays. Firstly, I believe that Boulder is Boulder in large part because of the University of Colorado. CU faculty, staff, and students should have the opportunity to live here and to experience all that the city of Boulder and CU have to offer. Annexation and the associated housing that CU is planning to build will help address this critical issue. I also believe that this housing will help to reduce commuter traffic into Boulder and the associated CO2 emissions. Secondly, the annexation agreement addresses flood mitigation, another critical issue. My family and home were impacted by the devastating and traumatic 2013 flood. The comprehensive flood mitigation plan put forth in the annexation agreement has been created and vetted by many experts to address the protection of lives and safety. Thirdly, CU has owned this land since 1996 and has allowed residents, including myself and others, to enjoy it as open space for many years. The annexation agreement incorporates open space, habitat protection, and enhanced recreational amenities on the land for the benefit of CU and the greater Boulder community. I would like to commend and thank the Boulder City Council, the City of Boulder, and the University of Colorado for your hard work, negotiations, and ultimately an annexation agreement that addresses multiple constituents' perspectives and priorities. I again ask you to vote yes to annex as an emergency to prevent additional delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Next, we have Elmar Dornberger, David McGuire, and Kathy Joyner. Elmar, you're up.
Good evening. My name is Elmar Dornberger, and you just heard my wife, and of course, I totally endorse whatever she said. And I did have a script prepared that I'm going to have to get kind of pass and just talk about emergency. Because before we just heard a definition about emergency that was probably like from a legal perspective. But I want to talk about emergency from an experiential perspective. I have been involved in this process of flood mitigation since day one, September 11, 2013, 8 years ago. To this day, we still don't have a warning signal, a system in place. We didn't have one then, we still don't have one now. And I know you have taken notes on this many times, and you have gotten back to us many times, and there still is no warning system. There's also no evacuation plan. Our neighborhood cannot be evacuated. I've talked to many experts, they came to us, they talked to us, and what we were told, our evacuation plan is a ladder and an axe. What are you going to do with a ladder and an axe? Well, we were told you use the ladder to climb on top of your roof. And if water subsides or does actually not subside, eventually you take the axe and you break a hole in your roof and then get back into your house. This is our emergency. This is an emergency. Please vote for annexation and move forward with flood mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Elmar. Next, we have David McGuire, Kathy Joyner, and Louise Bradley. David?
Council members, I'm David McGuire. We bought our house and lived on Koala Drive in 1985 through 2018 when we felt we had to move. But all of our neighbors and friends are still in harm's way, and that's why I'm addressing you. Having read the CU annexation agreement, and I've followed the amendments from board and public inputs, I strongly recommend a positive vote from all of you on the 21st. This is a great win for the city, and it's the right thing to do. I appreciate all the time and effort you and your staff and the university have committed to complete the negotiations on this agreement. The annexation agreement addresses several key community benefits, which we've heard a lot about, and you're going to hear more about them tonight. But long overdue adequate flood protection for thousands of downstream residents, critical habitat expansion and restoration, housing options for CU's workforce and for city residents, affordable housing, comprehensive and innovative auto pedestrian transportation planning, continued enhanced recreational access for city residents, and the list goes on and on. This is a big win for the city. Please consider passing this as an emergency action. Boulder is one of the most flash flood prone cities in Colorado, and every minute lost puts lives at risk. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Kathy Joyner, Louise Bradley, and Tim Johnson. Kathy?
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. My name is Kathy Joyner. I live in Westminster now. I'm a former Boulder resident. I appreciate the time tonight. And while it might seem a little bit out of the ordinary for someone from Westminster to be speaking to you, Boulder and Qualla Drive were my home for several decades. I left dear friends, many of whom are like family, when we felt we had to move for safety reasons. But my friends and neighbors remain in harm's way, and they are the reason I speak tonight. I want to thank you, council and staff from both the city and CU for your persistence and diligence that resulted in this remarkable draft agreement. Above all else, it provides for the safety of 2,300 residents. In addition, it provides notable community benefits, particularly related to housing. I consider critical flood protection and much needed housing to be the pivotal issues of this document, and I'm impressed with how well both are addressed. On the 8th anniversary of the 2013 flood, we know that such a flood or worse can occur at any time. We don't have a moment to lose to ensure the safety of so many. I would like to urge you to adopt the annexation agreement by emergency measure when you meet next week. I appreciate the discussion tonight on the emergency issue. As you can imagine, many of us are concerned about any action taken that has the potential to slow flood protection work for even one day. I understand council has adopted issues in the past by emergency when health and safety are the clear drivers. I'm assuming that flood protection would be considered a health and safety issue. I have a question that I'm hoping you might be able to address at the appropriate time. Can you let us know how adopting this agreement as an emergency or not would affect the flood protection work, particularly the schedule? And thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this critical, important project. And an even bigger thanks for the incredible effort we know went into successfully getting us to this point.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have Louise Bradley, Tim Johnson, and David Slack. Louise?
I'm Louise Bradley. I've been living here in this town for 63 years, and I want to quote you something. Quote, "What this town needs is an uninvolved citizen." That was spoken by a former city council member some years ago, but you current council members will understand the sentiment behind that statement. After 99 of us have spoken tonight, you may really understand it. You've heard many an involved citizen these recent months. The pros and cons, all aspects of the South Annexation Agreement have been debated before you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your courage to take a stand on this divisive issue. I urge you to vote in favor of the CU South Annexation plan before you. Earnest negotiators, informed experts, and citizen input have molded an excellent plan. Let us put it into action without another decade delay and as an emergency ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Next, we have Tim Johnson, David Slack, and Nikki Lewis. I have Tim as pooling time with Michelle McParland and Jenny Hoteling. So can I get a confirmation that those have been in the meeting? And then we'll give Mr. Johnson 4 minutes. So that would be Taylor.
Yeah. What was the, I have Michelle. What was the other name, Sam?
Jenny Hoteling, it's number 14.
They are both here. And I am going to give permission to T.A. Johnson in hopes that that is Tim. And if Tim, if that is you, please identify yourself as you start to speak.
Yes,
Yep.
This is Tim.
Very good, Tim, you have 4 minutes.
My name is Tim Johnson and I'm the CEO of Fraser. I'm in support of the CU annexation now, and I want to encourage you to make the right decisions to make this possible, which will be the first step in helping protect the lives of the people of Boulder. But I also want to bring you back to our experiences during the flood of 2013, 8 years ago, because while I'm sure of the support of many of the council members, I even this evening sense a why hurry from others. I helped shepherd our Fraser residents to safety on the night of September 11th of 2013 from what could have been near-death possibilities for at least 54 of our totally dependent residents residing in our skilled nursing community. During the days, weeks, months, and now years since the flood, I've spoken to many groups about our experience. This is what I tell them. It's not an issue of if, it's an issue of when. I tell them how on Tuesday, September 10th, Thursday afternoon, the soaked ceiling tiles began to fall precariously close to our residents. Later that afternoon, we began to evacuate our assisted living center, and it was completed by early evening Thursday. I tell them how our healthcare center flooded, that life changed at 8 p.m. when suddenly there was a new disaster, that a wall of water forced its way into the building, that it was hard to grasp how quickly the situation was deteriorating, that there was no time to gather thoughts, review, and systematically follow emergency procedures and preparedness scripts, that we began evacuating 54 healthcare residents, half of them from our secured memory unit, most in bed, carrying them to safety, some over our shoulders. And that I called 911 and was told that help was not available. So I also tell them, don't depend on police or fire department assistance since it may not be available. I tell them in the immediate aftermath that we lost the assisted living center, 34 apartments. We lost the first floor of our healthcare center, 54 beds. We lost independent living apartments, 14. I walk them through their immediate needs after the crisis, that they should plan for the immediate and future staffing needs, develop a communication plan, recruit volunteer and community assistance, contact FEMA for assistance, public assistance, but don't be expected to be reimbursed for the 7 years that it took us to be reimbursed, to contact insurance companies, to continue operations as well as you can in a compromised capacity, to organize and preserve residents' belongings, to recover damaged medical, business records, and computers while continuing to provide care and operations. In summary, I remind them that immediate action is required, that you will likely be on your own, that the unforeseeable will occur, that you need to know who to contact for immediate assistance, know who you will be making important financial decisions and that you will be making them quickly, and know that there will be lingering effects that may last years, or in our case, the better part of a decade. And finally, I do tell them that sometimes good people do make bad decisions, but give them time and hopefully they will come around when they realize that lives really do indeed matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next, we have David Slack, Nikki Lewis, and Gina McAfee. David.
I do not see David in the meeting. David, if you're here under a different name, please let me know in the Q&A. And so I am moving forward, Sam, to Nikki.
Excellent.
Nikki, you should be able to unmute.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to speak at this presentation. My name is Nikki Lewis. I am the CFO at Fraser. And excuse me for my trembling voice, because reliving what Tim just spoke about, we were there. And it does need to be a priority to save our neighborhoods and to save our residents. So I do ask that you approve the annexation under the emergency measure. I appreciate all the time that everybody has spent on this, but as Tim has spoken to, we can't wait any longer. It'll take several years to build and put that protection in order. And just to say that 13 years ago, Fraser was not in a floodplain until some decisions made by the city to change some roadways put us there. So I ask you again to please make the decision to take us out of harm's way. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Next, we have Gina McPhee, Jim Wolf, and Ann Grandchamp. Gina.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight to express my support for the annexation agreement. I first learned about this plan for floodplain mitigation about 15 years ago when I was working on the US 36 EIS. It was clearly identified in that EIS at that time, so it's been planned for a long time. The need for this became more personal after the 2013 flood, when my car was almost washed away on US 36 as we were evacuating from my neighborhood. And most recently, I've been impressed with how responsive the city has been to comments and concerns expressed, making even more changes to the draft agreement to reflect community concerns. The current annexation agreement has many benefits to the city. Transfers 119 acres to open space, provides desperately needed housing. It will reduce traffic coming into Boulder and therefore air pollution, not only carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas emission, but also carbon monoxide and hydrocarbons, which are both contributors to ozone. It caps trips, it has a multimodal emphasis, and obviously it provides floodplain mitigation. It is time to do the right thing to protect the health, safety, and welfare of not only the people who live and work in Fraser Meadows, but the drivers on US 36, like we were on Thursday, September 12th. These people are currently in harm's way. There will be another large, damaging flood. You have the opportunity now to do whatever you can to protect lives and property. It is time. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Next, we have Jim Wolf, Ann Grandchamp, and Colleen Ryan Mallon. Jim.
Jim, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. After 46 years in what is now near North Boulder, my wife and I moved to Fraser 8.5 years ago, just in time for the flood. Now, after these years, I am the elected president of the resident council of Fraser. And although I don't speak for all of those people who live here, all of them will benefit by the annexation of the CU property and the flood mitigation that will flow from that. So I want to thank the city council. I want to thank the staff of the city council over the many years that they've worked on this to come up with this agreement. And I hope very much that it goes through. Will only say that I've been distressed by the tone of this argument over the last half year. I'm happy to say that the city council now is going to resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Ann Grandchamp, Colleen Ryan Mallon, and Thomas Mendez. Ann?
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening to you. I work at Fraser, My name is Anne Grandchamp, and I have listened to many of the conversations that residents have had about this issue. I can tell you that this community understands the enormity of this decision and the difficult position city council members are in. They are very nervous about their safety and believe this plan is the only option that will keep them safe. I encourage you to consider the lives of all of those that are in the closest path of flooding, which includes Fraser and the neighbors that surround 36. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Next, we have Colleen Ryan Mallon, Thomas Mendez, and John Taylor. Colleen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm a staff member that works at Fraser, and though I was not there in 2013, I have worked in the senior housing field for more than 30 years and have had to respond to some pretty scary situations in communities throughout the country. But I've never had to respond to a flooding situation in which rescues would have to occur in the dark with emergency services unable to reach the community to assist. The work that has been done thus far on the plans between the city and Colorado University is really impressive and seems to check most of the boxes that people have raised concerns about. I know that you have a very difficult situation and difficult decision-making, and that you're getting conflicting voices. But I hope that you will support the plan to move forward with the annexation without delay, because with the weather-related emergencies that we are seeing across the country, we would be very naive to think that this won't happen again and could happen any day. I would be one of the staff members that would need to respond to the next flood at Fraser. And it scares me to think that in the next flood, we may not be as lucky to have as many staff as we happen to have in the community the night that we had to evacuate. Thank you very much for the hard work that you do, and please support the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Next, we have Thomas Mendez, John Taylor, and Nicole Spear. Thomas?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you for having me. My name is Tomas Mendez, and I'm the Vice President of Operations at Fraser. I was not present.
I apologize. That was a misfire of a button on my part. Thomas, I am giving you your mute button back. I apologize.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you can start again. That'd be great, Tomas.
Okay, no problem. My name is Tomas Mendez, and I'm the Vice President of Operations at Fraser. I was not present at the flood of 2013, but I have seen the images of that night. I have spoken to the residents and colleagues that were involved in working tirelessly to evacuate vulnerable older adults in the dark in 4 feet of water. It is a miracle that no one was hurt and that no one died during that horrific event at Fraser. However, there was significant loss of property and many older adults were permanently displaced. That flood was a significant and pivotal event in the history of Fraser, and I hope that no one has to live through that ever again. And I think that's exactly what this is all about, preventing this from ever happening again by implementing the plan you have worked so hard to present to all of the residents in South Boulder. I hope you put the lives of people ahead of any other interest and continue with the plan you presented to prevent future disasters and the possible loss of life. The residents of Fraser, Fraser Meadows, South Boulder appreciate the time and effort you're putting into this and hope you will decide to help protect our Boulder residents from future flooding by moving forward with this project under the emergency action. Thank you so much for your time and for all your hard work.
Thank you, Tomas. Next, we have John Taylor, Nicole Spear, and Donald Cote. And John, I have you as pooling with Andrea Meneghel and Jill Grano. And so Brenda, if you could confirm that Andrea and Jill are here, we'll give John 4 minutes.
Yes, I see Jill and I see a computer that is called Boulder Chamber. I've reached out for confirmation that that is Andrea. I'm going to unmute the Boulder Chamber computer first just to get that confirmation.
That is. Thank you, Brenda.
Right.
Thank you, Andrea.
All right, very good. We have both people here with John. And so John, you have 4 minutes and you are up.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Weaver. This is John Terr, President of the Boulder Chamber. I address you tonight as someone with a history of engagement and discussions surrounding the future of the CU South property since it was first purchased by the University of Colorado in 1996. In fact, as an employee in the city manager's office, I helped to manage community engagement for the first city commission study outlining South Boulder Creek risks that the CU South site could help alleviate. I also come to you as a voice for the business community that recognizes the University of Colorado as a cornerstone of our local economy. The university's academic and scientific research has spawned much of the business activity that supports the vibrancy we enjoy today. CU Boulder is responsible for an estimated $4 billion in annual economic impact. That is something none of us should take for granted in light of the clear toll that last year's upset in the normal university activity had on City of Boulder tax revenue receipts, representing the suffering of many businesses that lost valuable sales. Finally, as many have before me, I thank you for honoring our dear friend, Frances Draper. In many ways, she embodied the deep ties between the City of Boulder, including our business community, and the University of Colorado. As Chancellor DeStefano noted, we particularly celebrated today was the special effort Frances made to build bridges between the university and the city, recognizing that it lifted all of us. From my admittedly unique perspective, I make this observation. In so many ways, our community and the University of Colorado are inextricably linked in a symbiotic relationship, and it lifts all of us. With that symbiotic relationship in mind, we all now recognize the critical importance of the CU South property as a defensive front against life-threatening flooding incidents. As a separate sovereign entity, the university is under no obligation to allocate its property assets to meet the city's needs. None. In the spirit of partnership and in recognition of shared flooding risks, though, the university has agreed to commit 100 acres of its 300-acre site to flood protection and open space purposes. Further, per the proposed annexation agreement, the university is setting aside roughly half of the remaining total CU South acreage for housing development. Our community regularly calls on the university to expand its responsibility for housing students, faculty, and staff. The CU South property annexation will help them meet that call, accommodating 1,100 housing units of all types, from efficiencies and one-bedroom apartments to modest single-family homes. I leave you with the same theme from the outset of my comments. Over the course of 145 years, the direction of the University of Colorado and the City of Boulder have been inextricably intertwined. I focused on the economic aspects of this relationship because that is what you would expect to hear from a chamber president. From my past role in the Boulder City Manager's office, though, I'm also well aware of the opportunity annexation of the CU South property represents for protection of a wide swath of our community from future flooding and for helping to address our workforce housing challenges. And that way is the perfect symbol of our symbiotic relationship. Disposition of the CU South property under the terms of the proposed annexation agreement will help secure critical elements of community safety and vitality while securing the long-term future needs of a thriving university. Please approve CU South annexation agreement, an agreement that lifts all of us.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Nicole Spear, Donald Cote, and Rick Mahan. Nicole?
Thank you. My name is Nicole Spear. I live in Tantra Park, just west of CU South. And as you all know, I'm one of the 10 current candidates for City Council. I encourage you to vote yes to annex by emergency to prevent additional delays on this project. Thanks to your leadership and hard work and the engagement of nearby neighborhoods like mine, the outcome we're arriving at is excellent. This annexation agreement honestly reflects some of the best community engagement and negotiation work I've ever seen our city do in my 16 years here. So big thanks to all of you who've worked on this process at various stages over the past 4 to 5 years. This is truly a job well done. I'm excited about the flood protection this agreement will give my friends on the north side of Table Mesa. As we're all aware, we're in a climate emergency. Hurricane Ida showed us that our communities don't have a lot of time in between extreme weather events to prepare and protect ourselves from future dangers. Part of adapting to living on a planet in crisis is courageously accepting change when it saves each other's lives and benefits our entire community. And this is exactly what you're doing with this annexation agreement. You're protecting public safety by ensuring our residents are protected from floods. This isn't easy because change is hard, but given our city's exceptionally high risk of flash flooding, we must move forward, not just to protect people in this flood zone, but to enable us to move on to protecting people in other areas of town. So please vote yes to annex by emergency to prevent additional delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Next, we have Donald Cote, Rick Mahan, and Amanda Adams. Donald.
Hi, my name is Don Cody, and I'm a Fraser resident, and I'd like to keep this short and sweet. I've talked to you many times about this subject, and I'd like to commend the council for its hard work and diligence in following through to bring us to the point we're at. I'm also asking you to vote to accept the CU South annexation agreement. And I'd like at this time to ask you to remember some of my friends here at Fraser who worked so hard to get to this point, Al LeBlanc and Pat Carden, who would be thrilled to find out that we're at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Next, we have Rick Mahan, Amanda Adams, and Jonathan Stabile. Rick.
Yeah, this is Rick Mahan. I'm a third generation native of Boulder, Colorado. On the night of the flood, I was at ground zero. There was 44 inches of water coming down our street on Koala. If this would have happened in the middle of the night, me and my wife would have been in our master bedroom in the basement with no way to get out. So I'm fortunate to even be speaking to you. But 2016 came around and we had not progressed anywhere on the mitigation, and I no longer felt safe living there. So I have since moved. But as you can tell from my voice, my passion for this with Boulder was my home. I have tons of friends that live there. This just needs to happen. Emergency, however, it's something that I feel has actually taken too long, but I appreciate that you guys stuck with it. I think you came up with an excellent cooperation, which seems unheard of these days, to be able to cooperate and get something done. So it's very much appreciated. And there's little details in there that people don't even think about. I forget the exact number of shares of water, but water is going to be very critical coming up too. That's part of what Boulder will receive out of this. 2 acres for public safety. My uncle is the retired battalion chief from the Boulder Fire Department, and we all know what happened that night. So I just want to strongly thank you guys, and please, please proceed with this. We were just so lucky that no lives were lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next, we have Amanda Adams, Jonathan Stabile, and Janet Brewer. Amanda.
Hello, my name is Amanda Adams, and I enthusiastically support the CU South annexation plan. I respectfully request that you approve the plan to annex on an emergency basis to prevent further delays. I live in a neighborhood that was devastated during the 2013 floods, and I'm grateful for all of the work that City of Boulder staff, CU, and City Council have done in the ensuing years to work towards a flood mitigation solution and the inclusion of flood mitigation as a major component of the CU South annexation plan. I'm also excited about other elements of the plan, including affordable housing, open space, and enhanced recreational access. I hope that you will move forward without delay to approve this plan, and again, request that you do so on an emergency basis. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. Next, we have Jonathan Stabile, Janet Brewer, and Matt Benjamin. Jonathan, you're up, and I'm sorry if I butchered your last name.
That was pretty close, actually. It's John Stabile.
Thank you. And I'd like to join my friends and neighbors here in South Boulder in urging the City Council to vote for the annexation. The more I hear about this plan, the better it sounds. It just sounds like it just keeps getting better and better. The flood mitigation, of course, but also the additional housing, the various community benefits. It really is just a fantastic plan. And I'd like the City Council to vote to annex on an emergency basis. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Janet Brewer, Matt Benjamin, and Katie Farnan. Janet.
Janet, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Janet Brewer, and I live at Fraser. I support the city's annexation of the CU South property, and I thank you and your staff for your persistence in bringing flood mitigation within reach of residents of South Boulder. There is precedent in other parts of Boulder for the city's implementation of flood mitigation where needed. I believe it is the responsibility of the city to protect the lives and property of its residents. Considerable time and effort have been spent in crafting the CU annexation agreement. It is inclusive and balanced. It is a good agreement, and I feel it will benefit both the University of Colorado and Boulder's citizens. As such, I ask you to please vote yes and move the process forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet. Next, we have Matt Benjamin, Katie Farnan, and Terry Walters. Matt.
Members of council and the Boulder community, I am Matt Benjamin and I live off Table Mesa. I first want to add some clarity as to why we should pass this on emergency. My environmental work has given me great familiarity with both the National Environmental Policy Act and the Endangered Species Act studies, both of which we will likely need to get approval for flood protection. One key element is that the applicant must have legal authority over the land in question. Without emergency passage, we will risk a more complex and possible rejection of those studies and massive delays. In my experience working in the community on an array of issues, I have found that sometimes what limits our success is the inconsistency of the application of our values. We cannot cherry pick the actions that were defined by our goals. If you support health and safety, be the first in line to support flood protection at CU South that protects 2,300 residents. If you support addressing our climate crisis, be the first in line to defend these residents from the next flood. If you support greater access to housing, be the first in line to support the annexation agreement, which provides 1,100 units of housing and 100 of which will be affordable. If you support reducing in-commuting and traffic in Boulder, be the first in line to support the annexation agreement, which saves at least 2.5 million miles of commuting. That's roughly 104 trips around our planet. These residents, our neighbors, friends, grandparents, and coworkers are no safer today than they were 8 years ago. Since the 2013 flood, we have had 3 presidents, and NASA designed, built, launched, and landed the Perseverance rover on Mars. It is also a helpful reminder that in the same time frame, we have not dug an ounce of dirt toward building flood protection. The facts are simple and the data shows supporting the CU South Annexation Agreement achieves many of our community goals and values. It's time we start investing in those values. It's time we move forward and allow thousands in harm's way the confidence to sleep a little easier than they have in the last 8 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we have Katie Farnan, Terry Walters, and Eric Budd. Katie?
Hi there. My name is Katie Farnan. I am here to urge support for CU South annexation. I could not say it better than Elmer Dornberger, the second person to speak tonight, or the 20 others who have spoken before me. This is an emergency. I moved to the Boulder area in 2014, and the first conversations I recall having with my South Boulder neighbors at that time were stories of what happened the year before we arrived. This is an opportunity to protect the region from that devastation in the future with a partner, CU, that already owns the land and has made a lot of effort to work out an agreement with area residents and the needs of the region. Flood protection for the 2,300 people who are in this area is needed, as they are the highest risk for flooding in the future. And as we've seen over the past few years, environmental emergencies are becoming only more frequent and more deadly. In addition, up to 5 acres of this land will be allocated to affordable housing, which is another key priority of the city if it hopes to meet its housing goals. It adds open space. This is a good deal. Please approve by emergency the annexation plan and protect the residents of South Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Terry Walters, Eric Budd, and Sarah Dawn Haynes. Terry?
Hi, I'm Terry Walters, and I live on Qualla Court with my husband and my children. We're directly in the path of South Boulder Creek flooding, and I urge the City Council to vote yes on this annexation agreement. This is an emergency situation, and this vote can prevent further delays and protect lives and property in our neighborhood. First, thank you to the City Council, to staff, to boards who've worked diligently for decades to analyze the issue, identify options, develop partnerships, and negotiate this amazing agreement. This process has been long. We attended meetings with city staff 20 years ago when they told us the existing flood maps were wrong and we were vulnerable. Boulder started looking then for solutions, but more than a decade later, the 2013 floods hit. It happened exactly as promised, but even so, we weren't expecting how sudden and violent the flooding would be. With no warning, a wall of water hit our house, shattered our windows with rocks and debris, snapped doors in half, and destroyed everything in its path. The street, a raging river, we prepared to be evacuated through our roof, hoping our house would stand. It did, but 40% of our home was gone. Nevertheless, we were lucky. It was only a 50-year event. A 100-year flood may destroy our entire home. We were lucky that we were upstairs. Escaping the raging waters would have been nearly impossible. We are lucky that Boulder takes the safety of its residents seriously. Though it has taken years to assess options and gather public input, we know you're serious about keeping us safe, and we want to stay in our home. Can this vote really be an emergency 8 years after the flood? Yes. Our luck will run out. We remain at high risk with every storm. In this case, knowledge is not power. It didn't help in 2013. Action is what will save us. Please vote yes to annex. And again, thank you for your patience, diligence, and your efforts to protect us.
Thank you, Terry. Next, we have Eric Budd, Sarah Dawn Haynes, and Dan Williams. Eric.
Thank you. Eric Budd. I live in Martin Acres. I'm absolutely gutted to hear the stories of people who have struggled with flooding in this community. And 2013 flood was absolutely horrible. And I'm really glad that the City Council is taking this up. I realize that it's a challenging issue for the community, and we have people that are in harm's way and people out of harm's way who may feel that this annexation is not benefiting them. And I want to say that protection of people should be a top priority for this community, but also as someone who lives in Martin Acres, I really am looking at the benefits of this annexation. Someone who goes to the CU South property regularly to run or ride my bike or to walk, I'm really glad that the majority of that land will be preserved as open space. I'm glad that much of the land that's developed will be used for critically needed housing in our community. And I'm glad that we're starting to really take the transportation needs in Boulder seriously, and that there's an excellent plan to both add housing and really minimize any issues with transportation. And as someone who lives on Moorhead Street, looking at how can we make this better for transit and better for people who bike on that every day like I do. So I think there's a lot of benefits, and I'm absolutely in support of this, and I really thank the council for taking this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Sarah Dawn Haynes, Dan Williams, and John Carroll. Sarah Dawn.
Thank you, Mayor. I live in South Boulder, and I support emergency annexation and the agreements that very caring and smart people have collaborated on for many years. I tried and could not help evacuate my then little tiny nieces and their parents on the night of the floods. I remember being on the phone panicking with them that I could, there was a wall of water. I couldn't get over to them with a truck. We all spent months pulling out the innards of the basement and repairing their home. As an executive committee member of the Indian Peaks group of the Sierra Club, I am proud that we are formally endorsing annexation of CO South, as it aligns with key National Sierra Club policies. Interested folks can search Sierra Club infill policy for details. I also work with sustainability staff at CU, and there are many incredible professionals who have dedicated their careers to sustainable operations of campus and educating and supporting sustainable personal choices for all staff, students, and faculty. We have student leaders who have 50+ years of advancing some of the most cutting-edge sustainability on any campus in our country. I believe in our ability to offer our community a climate-resilient development that is an inspiration for our whole city. I hope we can explore Living Building Challenge and stand proudly in our legacy as a leader in higher education and sustainability. Fraser Meadows Sages, it is so good to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Next, we have Dan Williams, John Carroll, and Clinton Hapel. Dan?
Hi, good evening. I'm Dan Williams. I live in North Boulder, and I'm currently a candidate for City Council. I know we've heard from a few other candidates this evening, and I join them in urging you tonight to approve the annexation agreement, vote yes, and do so on an emergency basis. I guess I'd really like to start by commending the city's staff. You know, I've been watching this develop for some time, and I know there's been some pushback, and I think staff has just done an excellent job of continuing to refine and continuing to push on CU and continuing to make this a better and stronger agreement for our city. I am now strongly in support of this agreement, and I get there because this agreement really recognizes the reality that today we are in the midst of a climate emergency. If we haven't figured that out over the last couple months of watching our air quality deteriorate, you know, I don't know what'll do it. But given we're in a climate emergency, the city staff actually have outlined the two goals we need to focus on. And the first is to protect ourselves from the effects of climate change. And that means flood protection. And that means flood protection now. And realistically, the only way to get there is if you all vote yes on this agreement. And the second, and I really think equally important, is mitigating the climate crisis. And that means thinking differently about infill housing. And if we can build over 1,000 housing units for students and university staff, these are people who won't be driving in. This will make an enormous difference in terms of reducing Boulder's carbon footprint. So I strongly urge you to vote yes on this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next, we have John Carroll, Clinton Hapel, and Sean Rada. John.
Thanks for your time tonight, Council. My name is John Carroll. I'm the treasurer of the No on 302 campaign, and I live at 4995 Qualla Drive in Boulder. I fully support the proposed CU South annexation agreement. The agreement offers numerous community benefits, including flood mitigation, protecting open space, and supporting housing goals. City staff and council have done a great job negotiating this agreement over the years. And I want to thank them for all the time and effort they've put into this. Recent flooding and associated loss of life around the country and the world should be a wake-up call to us all about the seriousness of flooding. Events like this are becoming more frequent and serious in the reality of the climate emergency we all face. Flood protection is protection from climate change, and this should be treated like the emergency it is. I'm here to urge you to vote to pass annexation by emergency to ensure this project moves forward without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Clinton Hapel, Sean Rada, and Laura Tyler. Clinton.
I'm speaking tonight in support of the annexation agreement between the City of Boulder and the University of Colorado for the CU South property. The agreement's a huge win for the city. In return for the city providing water and sewer service, CU is donating land so flood mitigation structures can be built to protect South Boulder. And there's lots of other benefits to the city as well, including public access, agreed upon limits for development and other uses of the property, habitat restoration, open space, trip caps, and conveyance of certain water rights to the city. There's been some discussion about it, but CU purchased the property in 1996 after Boulder voters turned down a proposal to buy the land for open space. And actually, the residents of South Boulder are a little fortunate that the city didn't buy it for open space, because if it were formally Boulder open space, the open space department would never allow all the flood mitigation structures to be built. I suppose the city has the option to refuse to annex CU South and not provide water and sewer service. You should be aware that in 2000, the cities of Boulder, Louisville, and Superior signed an intergovernmental agreement declaring that the CU South campus is in the influence area of the city of Boulder, and as such, neither Louisville nor Superior would attempt to annex the area or provide water and sewer service. The agreement expires June 20th, 2030. And if Boulder doesn't conclude an annexation by this date, the university would be free to try and get water and sewer service from either Superior or Louisville. And if they did so, we wouldn't have flood mitigation. Boulder would have no control over what happened on the property. And 2030 is not that far away. I really urge you to support annexation now.
Thank you, Clint. Next, we have Sean Rada, Laura Tyler, and Brian Fry. Sean?
Hi, thank you. I wanted to start by thanking all of you on council for your time. I know it's a lot of personal sacrifice, and there's been a lot of toxicity in our local politics lately. And I really hope that this is something we can come together on. I had a script also, I had talking points, but as I'm listening to the testimony, I'm really struck by how we could think of this as anything other than an emergency. Yes, it has been 8 years, absolutely. But anyone who lived through what happened in 2013, I mean, I'm immediately brought back. I'm almost in tears listening to the testimony of the people from Fraser. I think about the sounds of the sirens going off and the helicopters over our house and the stories pouring in about people whose homes were lost and lives that were being lost. And I would just submit to you that if it starts raining tonight, it's too late. We don't have time. I know there's been talk about North Boulder. Selfishly, I live in North Boulder. I think it's insane to think about building housing for CU in North Boulder when the campus is in South Boulder. But practically speaking, we don't have time. Every day we talk about this, we're wasting potential lives and homes. And this is absolutely an emergency. If you were here in 2013, you know that. Let's not, I live in North Boulder. My house didn't flood. I don't believe that my personal life or house is at risk, but I care about my community. And I could talk to you about housing and commuting and carbon numbers and all of those things that you're going to hear about. But the bottom line here is that we have to do something to protect the homes and lives of the people who are affected by these floods. And so I beg you, do something. This is a great plan. I know you all have worked really hard. I really hope that we don't have another 2013 event to bring us all together, because I think it's time right now and we can do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next, we have Laura Tyler, Brian Frey, and Regina Zaragoza. And I believe that Laura has a PowerPoint. And Laura, you're up.
Okay. Hello, my name is Laura Tyler. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to urge your support for the annexation of CU South because the flood risk in Boulder is an emergency. This project has changed my life in unexpected ways. I became interested in it due to the flood risk. The image that you're seeing is my car. Over time, getting involved in local governance, meeting many of you, learning about how flood risk and housing are intimately linked in Boulder, I've come to embrace the housing and other positive changes that are coming up at CU South. I love this annexation agreement because it's not just a piece of paper. It's the embodiment of years of hard work, back and forth collaboration and compromise. The benefits that the city of Boulder has been able to negotiate are remarkable. Housing is not only going to be allowed at the site, but it will be sensitively built. I'm excited about the innovative transit solutions on offer, the trip cap concept, parking maximums. I want to welcome new people to South Boulder in my neighborhood without increasing traffic, possibly even reducing it. And this method of planning that you've gone through with the annexation agreement is the way to go. It has my wholehearted support, not just for this project, for others going forward. Thank you, Sam, Rachel, Mary, Aaron, Mark, and Adam for your hard work and excellent questions. Vote yes to annex because flood risk in Boulder is an emergency and we need to stop further delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next, we have Brian Fry, Regina Zaragoza, and Carla Rickensrud. Brian.
Hi, I'm Brian Fry. I live in Boulder and I'm part of the No on 302 campaign. Just want to give a quick shout out to City Council for all your amazing work on this issue. It's taken a lot of time and effort. A flood emergency is a known unknown. We know it's happened before and we know it will happen again. We just don't know when. It's also a matter of public safety. We're fortunate to have a known that annexing CU South will ensure the safety of our community with immediate flood protection. And when it comes to safety, we have a moral obligation to prevent known unknowns from happening when we have a clear known solution now. We know that putting this off in hopes of a better alternative could have devastating consequences to our community. And we can't wait around on matters of safety that are unknown when we know it could be too late. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Regina Zaragoza, Carla Rickensrud, and Pete Dawson. Regina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Regina Zaragoza. I'm a student at the CU Law School, and I'm also a diversity and inclusion professional. We're dealing with an equity issue here. Annexation opponents share pictures of their nature walks and their families who can afford to live in Boulder. They think about how this decision will impact them. You know who they don't think about? All the people of color and low-income folks who commute on 36 and would be left stranded and in danger in a flood. They try to justify land swaps, saying that North Boulder would be better. Why don't you ask someone who rides the bus if commuting to North Boulder would be easier for them? They make excuses about the housing that would be built, 100 units of permanently affordable housing. And they have the guts to say that minorities should support them because construction would inconvenience low-income housing around them. Give me a break. I'm tired of being tired of white people telling me what is in my community's own best interest. When it's clear, they're only looking out for themselves. Do the right thing, Boulder. Annex CU South.
Thank you, Regina. Next, we have Carla Rickensrud, Pete Dawson, and David Martis. Carla.
Council members, I urge you to take seriously your highest responsibility to city residents, protecting life and safety, by voting next week to annex CU South. All of you and many current residents are intimately familiar with the thousands of steps and meetings and conversations and documents that have occurred in getting to where we are now to your pending annexation votes. It's always an uphill battle in Boulder to talk about undeveloped land, but that's exactly what's required in order to protect our neighbors. Annexation opponents continue to fling red herrings and misinformation. For the record, and as you all know, number one, this process has not been rushed. You all have witnessed and participated in the process every step of the way. Number two, 100-year flood protection is the gold standard, not 500-year. Number three, a land swap has already been asked and answered. And who wants a solution that would put tens of thousands of in-commuters driving through Boulder daily? Number four, the latest easement idea is untenable. Number 5, the agreed upon Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, the pending annexation agreement, and additional CU statements ensure that any CU development aligns with Boulder building restrictions and protects our cityscape. This process has been tedious, yet thorough and transparent. During the flood of 2013, as you heard, vulnerable Fraser seniors were carried to safety. When I worked at the Fraser retirement community, with each heavy rain, PTSD was palpable. It's been my honor to work with Fraser residents on this project to help protect future Fraser residents and our neighbors. 2 friends who carried the flood mitigation banner for Fraser have passed away, Al LeBlanc and Pat Carden. Please vote yes on annexation to ensure the next headlines don't announce deaths caused by flooding. Thank you for your service on council.
Thank you, Carla. Next, we have Pete Dawson, David Martis, and Heather Kelly. Pete.
Thank you, Sam. Some people, a friend of mine in Fraser has been talking to friends who don't live in Fraser, and I want to talk about them. Some of them are feeling that there's no reason that South Boulder should get all the attention. They feel neglected. Well, there's a good answer why we're getting so much attention in South Boulder, and we know that from 2013. But if you ask the city government, Boulder has 16 drainages, and it's hard for us to be aware of them because we don't drive on them, we don't see them. But a city map shows them all, and they have to juggle the needs of these 16 drainages. Each has its own risks and opportunities, and they have to use careful planning to figure out what's next. There is work going on there. Wonderland Creek was recently made safer in the northwest part of the city for a few years project that cost $30 million. Now the department is working on plans for 3 more areas around the city that need flood protection. Fraser and South Boulder are the highest risk in the most flood-prone city in the state. And I urge you to proceed as an emergency and protect the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Next, we have David Martis, Heather Kelly, and Kevin Kelly. David?
Going to take just a moment for David. David, are you with us?
Yep. You guys hear me?
We can.
Great. My name is Dave Martis. I've lived in Boulder for 35 years. As a note, kudos to Phil for his hard work as well as his patience answering my many questions along the way. This is not a debate about flood mitigation, which I think we all agree, if done smartly, is a great idea, but about good governance and how far the city should go to get flood mitigation from CU. In my opinion, we're not there yet. My question, which has gone unanswered in emails sent to various members of council, is simple. Why not wait till after the election to move forward? The annexation agreement is still a draft, with significant changes occurring just in the last several weeks. Council member Wallach tonight brought up great points about the use of emergency measure. As defined in the Oxford Online Dictionary, an emergency is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. The proposed use of emergency measures to ram the annexation agreement through is a travesty, and a layperson would find it hard to imagine what emergency in Oxford's full definition exists. Is the emergency letting voters opine on the biggest annexation issue in 30 years? What could it be? Is an active electorate unexpected or dangerous? City Charter Article 2, Section 17 speaks to emergency measures, and I'm hard pressed to how this could be used in this situation. This agreement needs more time. There are too many the university will consider items. I encourage everybody listening to go through the briefing book and the annexation agreement and see how much of this is vague. In reality, this looks to be real estate development, pure and simple. We'll go backwards in terms of affordable housing, as the 5 acres will only provide 110 units or less than 10% of the current best guess number. The city requires a far higher percentage. You know, I got some other notes, but I'm just about running out of time. I want to thank the council for their hard work and encourage them to wait for the outcome of the election, recognize there's not a true emergency, and show good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next, we have Heather Kelly, Kevin Kelly, and Lynn Siegel. Heather.
Hi, my name is Heather Kelly.
I'm speaking tonight to urge council members to vote yes to annex as an emergency to prevent additional delays. I live on Kuala Drive. We've lived here since 2008 and lived through the 2013 floods. You've heard many of my neighbors tonight, and I echo their concerns and comments. I also wanted to just reiterate the human element here. My husband and I are hardworking, middle-class folks. This home is not an investment property for us. We live here. We're real people living in this neighborhood in fear of another flood. And now we have a 2-year-old daughter. You heard the prior speaker, David, say, why not wait? Why not wait is because we're waiting on another flood. We know what'll happen and we need some protection. And not only do we face these real safety risks of another flood, but there's real financial losses that happen to everyone on my block. You saw my neighbor Laura's car. The impact to us from those 2013 floods was significant. So I hope you will remember this human element. Please pass this annexation as an emergency because it is one, and protect the residents of South Boulder. Thank you, council and staff, for your hard work on this issue.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we have Kevin Kelly, Lynn Siegel, and Eric Peters. Kevin.
Kevin Kelly here, homeowner on Kuala Drive. I'd like to thank council and staff for their hard work over these long years. Please vote yes to annex. I lived through 2013. We can't let it happen again. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Eric Peters, and Gary Erling. Lynn.
Let's get clear. Nobody wants a disastrous flood. Laura's car full of water. It was CU that caused the first flood. Let's not let them cause the second flood. And it's CU that caused the delay. Alternate 6 is cheaper and more protective. Keep the stream in the stream. Lawsuits are potential here. Sam did not have the authority at the study session in February 2020 to change from a planning board and city council ruled 500-year protection to 100 years. Just like with the 10-year undermining of the municipalization election, Sam did it again. And now he's got a job with the state in climate policy. Isn't that interesting? Secret negotiations, just like with the Muni. PIF fees exchanged for water rights. No, there's a priceless value of water. I don't trust anything that went on in those secret negotiations. The sewer. The 42-inch interceptor crosses 36 near CU South. Redline Robotics did a video inside the sewer line. There's been a danger of collapse of that line that takes the sewer. Feeders come into it all the way East Boulder to the north to the sewer treatment plant. Flood increases the potential of a disastrous, talk about disaster, people. How'd you like a sewer disaster all over Boulder? How do you want to pay for the stormwater costs? Because they're going to make it a fee, not a tax. Then it would have to go to the voters. The 500-year, the illusion, the 500-year doesn't cost more. The filter.
Thank you, Lynn. Your time is up. We have a lot of speakers tonight, but you can send us the rest of your thoughts by email. Rachel, I see your hand.
Thanks, Sam. I just wanted to clarify that there was a study session in 2020 and an accusation was just made that you made a decision, and want to clarify that all of council participated in that study session and would have taken part in any vote that changed course. So I did not want you to get blamed for something that all of council participated in. And also will say that I have been in negotiation rooms with you and I have not seen Sam do anything untoward.
Thanks, Rachel. And with that, our next 3 speakers are Eric Peters, Gary Erling, and Roger Hibbard. Eric.
I do not see Eric Peters or Gary Erling in the meeting, so we'll go straight to Roger Hibbard, followed by Barbara Miller and Mike Hiropoulos. And I'm sorry, Mike, if I mispronounced your name. Roger, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi there.
We can hear you, Roger.
Good evening, Council. My name is Roger Hibbert. With 90+ speakers tonight, I will keep this very short and to the point. As a resident of Boulder since 1996 and a homeowner in South Boulder since 2000, I've been able to witness the progression from the time of property acquisition until now. The amount of time spent by City Council and staff and their diligence to keep this bumpy process going is truly commendable. It is certainly not lost on my neighbors or myself that 8 years ago today, my house was flooding when the waters of the South Boulder Creek overtopped US 36. As the most at-risk city for flash flood in Colorado, we must move forward with protecting our residents from the climate change that is now upon us. In addition to the flood protection, this annexation agreement provides many benefits, including much needed housing for students and staff, additional affordable housing, and reduce traffic on roads into and out of the city. Please vote yes by emergency on the annexation of CU Boulder South. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Next, we have Barbara Miller, Mike Chiropoulos, and Sarah Cote. Barbara?
Barbara, you may need to press *6 on your phone or your phone's mute button. Again, that's *6 on your phone, and then perhaps your phone's mute button or unmute button.
Okay, Brenda, we'll move on. And if you could work with Barbara, we can come back to her.
Okay, hello.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, everyone.
There we
Can
go.
you hear me?
We can, yep.
Okay, okay. Well, I am going to urge you to vote no on CU South because, not because of flood mitigation. I mean, I definitely had my house flooded, so I know what that means. I've been in Boulder back and forth since the mid-1970s, and I've lived here permanently since 1986. And I totally agree with everything about flood mitigation. I wish that CU would just give that land to the city for well-being and for community. However, I have some serious problems with the rest of the proposal in terms of building. I think it just flies in the face of common sense. It seems like we are all in this together, an age of climate change brought about by our own species through irresponsible actions. We're in a global pandemic. Both of these events are holding massive unknowns, and it seems like we're returning to a model rather than moving us along in human evolution will actually stifle any conscious growth by the city, to the city, by limiting teaching when we return to these models and formulas that are being used for this project.
Thank you, Barbara. Barbara, I'm sorry, but your time is up. If you want to email us, you can email us at council@bouldercolorado.gov with the rest of your thoughts. Next, we have Mike Chiropoulos, Sarah Cote, and Florence Anderson. And Mike, I have you as pooling with Jim Morris and one other, Linda. And so if Brenda could let me know if the pooling people are here. If they are, Mike, you will get 4 minutes.
They are here, Sam. We are all set.
Excellent. Mike, you're good to go with 4 minutes.
Sounds great. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Mike Chiropoulos, Martin Acres. First, I'd like to recognize Francis Draper as a professional and as a person. Second, seeking common ground on the rationale for annexation. Public safety. We can all agree that 500-year protections are preferable to 100-year, especially if we believe the science behind our climate action plans. 800 dwelling units, 1,800 people, 460 some structures, and close to $1 billion in property value are unprotected by this agreement. City experts acknowledge that future floods greater than 100-year could overtop and close US 36 and other vital arteries. Let's address that, see if we can do better. Housing, in commuting, vehicle miles traveled, and emissions. As we know, the annexation agreement allows 750,000 square feet of new non-residential development, creating new jobs and in commuting that could cancel out most or all gains from the new residences. Third, open space and environment. Close to 170 acres of the natural floodplain would be developed. The remaining 138 acres is barely half of the 220 plus acres targeted for open space protection since the 1970s. Undeveloped natural floodplains greatly enhance flood mitigation and downstream safety for all residents under all storm scenarios. Annexation ignores our 2018 Open Space Mountain Parks Master Plan update. Exploding use and overcrowding are negatively impacting open space resources and the visitor experience. Habitats and species lose connectivity and terrain needed to adapt to climate change. Repealing annexation will affirm our open space legacy to future generations, opening the door to more flexible housing solutions and more units, which could be built sooner at safer locations. Once the natural floodplain is developed and wetlands and springs are quote unquote mitigated, we can never go back to 500-year flood protections or our original open space vision for Greater South Boulder Creek and the state natural area. A potential community-wide win-win would direct CU to a north campus on city-owned land at the Planning Reserve on J Road, saving taxpayers tens of millions of dollars in subsidies. The Xcel franchise requires 100% clean power. Annexation sacrifices more than 40% of the homes in Fraser and almost 2/3 of open space in the natural floodplain. Once lost, paved and bulldozed, they're gone for good. If Xcel's 20-year franchise had locked in 40% coal power in perpetuity with no exit ramps while sacrificing open space, citizens would have decisively rejected it in a New York minute. After tonight's vote, concerned citizens can sign the new petition for a citywide vote, and I urge them to vote yes to repeal to take a hard look at a better alternative. Last, a lighthearted limerick and effort. There was an agreement styled emergency annexation. Across the People's Republic, fueled heated consternation. Climate science failed to walk the talk. Public safety, CU squawked, Boulder balked. Solution, North Campus land exchange negotiation. Council, leadership and collaboration can unite a divided community to reap benefits while avoiding downsides. Please pursue guiding principle 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Sarah Cote, Florence Anderson, and Deborah Biasca. Sarah.
Excuse me, I no longer see Sarah Cote, Sam, and Florence Anderson also is not with us. So we're going to go straight to Deborah Biasca. I also don't see Sarah Kowalchuk, so after Deborah will be Claudia Team and Nicholas Vincent. Sorry, Claudia, for mispronouncing your name. Let me just get Deborah unmuted shortly.
This is Deborah Biasca. I live in Martin Acres, and I urge you not to approve the annexation and not to invent an emergency in order to scuttle the people's right for initiative and referendum. Looking at the camera letters we've seen and the speakers in favor of the annexation, and you'll quickly see the pattern. Almost all in favor are either from the city's team who have let CU run roughshod in negotiations, or people who directly benefit from the weak flood mitigation in the proposal. Some 1,100 structures in Fraser Meadows subdivision, and mostly the 350 residents of Fraser Meadows Manor. The reasons for this are clear. While no one begrudges flood protection to our neighbors, the city can't acknowledge their own ineffective negotiating skills, so they have dug their heels in on a lopsided bargain. The Fraser Meadows folks get all the benefits, while the rest of us are getting sold out. This has nothing to do with NIMBY. I call this deal a bimby, a crappy. All the benefits in my backyard, all the crap in yours. It's not complicated. Flood protection for Fraser Meadows Manor has driven the annexation from the start. And here are the trade-offs for their surprisingly weak protection in the proposed agreement. They get 100-year flood protection in the era of megastorms, which is barely 30% protection based on the city's own 2013 flood analysis. The rest of us get 6,000 more pollution spewing vehicles on already gridlocked South Boulder throughways, a 3,000 seat sports stadium, 750,000 square feet of non-housing real estate, a meager 5 acres out of 308 for affordable housing, and no enrollment cap at CU to guarantee any real effect on our affordable housing deficit.
Thank you,
Topped off by
Deborah.
a
Thank you. Your time is up, and you can send us the rest of your thoughts to council@bouldercolorado.gov. Next, we have Sarah Kowalchuk, who's probably not here, Claudia Team, and Nicholas Vinson. So unless Sarah has shown up, Brenda, if you could bring Claudia up, that'd be great.
Claudia, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you, Brenda. Good evening, members of council. This is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I'm a resident of North Boulder. When I started following local issues, I said that CU South was the one topic I would never touch. It was something that had too much history. It was too far away, and it was simply not my place. But I've come to understand that it is mine. The decision about annexation at CU South is ours as a whole community. As people who share this city, we have responsibilities to each other, and the highest of those is the protection of human life. West Valley residents have spent years asking for flood mitigation, and many others who were lucky to dodge catastrophe in 2013 are in line behind them. The climate crisis is here and will not respect our delays. It's time to act. Beyond that, we have a responsibility to be deliberate and judicious in our use of land. In Boulder, we have fundamental disagreements about what this means, but the negotiation process has served the city well. CU South may not become the car-free urban village that I see as the epitome of compact development, and it will certainly not be the pristine ecosystem that annexation opponents extol, but it never was in our lifetimes. But with much needed housing, open space protection, and innovative transportation programs on top of flood protection, it is a remarkable compromise, and it's not likely to get better. I appreciate the tireless efforts of city staff to craft a comprehensive agreement, and the work of Councilmember Friend and Mayor Weaver to keep this process moving towards a vote. I appreciate Council Members Yates and Joseph for recusing themselves, decisions for which they've taken heat, but which I hope help protect this decision from legal challenges. And I appreciate Councilmember Wallach, no friend of mine on most issues, who has made a politically difficult decision to support this agreement. I hope you all and our neighbors will stay the course and approve this annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Nicholas Vinson, Margaret Lecomte, and Brookie Gallagher. Nicholas?
Hi there. Yes, my name's Nicholas Vinson. I live at 4965 Koala Drive. My wife and I just welcomed our firstborn child. He's 5 months old. And we're very excited that City Council has been working on this plan. It's been a long time coming, and we really appreciate everything you guys have done with staff and negotiate us this far. I urge you guys to vote yes on this CU annexation agreement by emergency. Our 5-month-old can't understand what this means for him and his ability to run free, as his parents are relaxed this time during this flood period. So please cut through the noise, get us over the finish line, protect our families. Again, vote yes on the CU annexation agreement. You have my full support and my family's support. By emergency, please get this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Next, we have Margaret LeCompte, Brookie Gallagher, and Margaret Tilton. Margaret LeCompte.
Yeah.
You did it?
One moment, Margaret. Thank you for your patience. You should be able to unmute now.
Hello, I am Marky LeCompte. I live in Fraser Meadows neighborhood, not the retirement community. You've just heard a huge snow job from CU fans and a small segment of the community. Now some cold, hard facts. 1, there's no charter sanctioned emergency facing the city that requires immediate annexation of CU South. No flood has just happened. No emergency exists in CU's offer of land for flood detention. 2, annexation of CU South is not required to have flood mitigation in South Boulder. 3, this agreement will greatly damage our environment, neighborhoods, and it will increase the cost of mitigation, so every Boulder resident's utility bills will double. 4, over 4,500 Boulder residents signed our petition putting Let Boulder Voters Decide on CU South Annexation on the November 2 ballot. 5, City Council's persistent threats to deny us a vote violate the Colorado Constitution, our city charter, and democracy itself. This flawed, vague annexation agreement is a very bad deal for Boulder. The very rush to pass it before the election makes clear that council is afraid of what the voters will say if they do get to vote on it. If there's an emergency in Boulder, it's caused by council putting the entire city at risk by caving into CU's outrageous annexation proposal. If there's an emergency in Boulder, it's council's violating open meeting laws by secretly negotiating with CU on annexation. It's council's undemocratic hijacking of public processes and safety, silencing of the public, and bargaining away our neighborhood safety, endangering our open space, and making sure that Boulder will be less resilient as climate changes. It's clear what CU wants to do. They want to build out and pave over South Boulder Creek. This is just a real estate giveaway to CU and its developer buddies. It's not good for Boulder. Let us vote on it and vote no on this agreement.
Thank you, Marky. I want to take a pause here, Brenda. I think Sarah Kowalczyk might be here under Ilya Kowalczyk.
I saw that too, Sam, so I think you are correct.
Okay, if we could bring Sarah up next, and then we'll go on to Brookie Gallagher and Margaret Tilton.
Great. Sarah, you should be able to unmute now.
Thanks, y'all, for working with that. Actually, my name is Ilya Kowalczyk. I'm Sarah's husband. Sarah is unable to meet with us right now due to a childcare issue. So if it's okay, I'll speak on her behalf.
Please do, yes.
Thank you. So first off, a long night. Thanks to everybody. Adam, I've really been appreciating the LEDs behind you. It's keeping me smiling right now. So thank you for that. And Sam, I would love to know where you get that view at this time of night. I'm looking for it all over town, but I can't find it. I just wanted to say 3 things in particular. I wrote a letter to the editor in Daily Camera that talked about my job as a Fairview teacher. I see kids every day taking risky decisions as they ride bikes to Manhattan and Fairview and other schools in the neighborhood, trying to cross the roads. So this underpass that's going to help kids safely cross South Boulder, Table Mesa is going to be really important for their safety as well. So that I haven't heard that mentioned yet, so I wanted to say that. The other thing that was said earlier was that the plan only benefits South Boulder, which is untrue. As you probably know, this plan is going to benefit all of Boulder by preventing damage to a significant portion of Boulder. That damage could reallocate and distract city council people and resources that could be better allocated for citywide funding and plans. So please consider that as a whole city benefit as well. I haven't heard that mentioned. And the last thing I wanted to say is that to the folks who say that we're not ready yet for this plan, I'm reminded of a conversation that I heard about that Barack Obama had with Dennis Kucinich when he was trying to get the Affordable Health Care Act passed, and he needed as much support as he could. And as some of you know, Dennis Kucinich is a very staunch liberal, and he was not really in favor of the first iteration of Obamacare because it was more limited than he wanted it to be. And President Obama said to Senator Kucinich at the time, "This isn't the final version. This is the best that we can do at this point in time." And while we can't anticipate future climate change and future climate threats, this is what we can do and are able to do at this point in time. And for those reasons, I urge you to vote yes on this with emergency passage so that we can make this necessary change to our city for all the reasons I've mentioned and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilya. Next, we have Brookie Gallagher, Margaret Tilton, and Ben Bender. Brookie.
Brookie, you should be able to.
Okay, I think I'm here.
Awesome.
My name is Brookie Gallagher. I'm concerned that it's not been made sufficiently clear to the public that once this document is signed, the city will have no power to object to any aspect of CU's future development plans, no power to demand changes, to object, or to add requirements. This agreement requires only that the university provide the city opportunities to review and comment on development plans. Commenting has no teeth, no matter how weighty the comments are. So when CU eventually makes public their plans, the city can comment all we want on aspects of the plan that are objectionable, and CU will be in a position to respond with the equivalent of, "Thanks for sharing." They can proceed as they please, held only to terms explicitly stated in this current document. It's unrealistic to be expected to anticipate today what development possibilities CU may come up with in a couple of years from now. Flood mitigation solutions should not be tied to CU's development desires. They are not intrinsically linked. Demanding full annexation was a negotiation stance of CU's that the city did not push back against effectively. We've been sidetracked from the important work of developing real flood mitigation solutions by the demand to negotiate terms for development plans for which we have no tangible proposals at this time. I worry that a subpar agreement is being pushed forward to justify the years of work that have brought us here today. This is no justification for a poor decision with ramifications we will be living with for decades to come. This annexation should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Brookie. Next, we have Margaret Tilton, Ben Bender, and Rachel Anderson. Margaret.
Sorry, it took me a second to find the unmute button there. I'm Meg Tilton, and thanks for taking the time to listen to me and all the other public speakers. I am strongly in support of annexation by emergency measure, and many people have already spoken about the critical need for flood protection, which I don't think is an invented emergency. So I'll just say I agree with them. I'd like to talk a little bit about affordable housing. I work at CU in the largest institute on campus, which has about 1,000 employees. And we routinely run into problems recruiting and especially retaining younger researchers, and in particular minorities. We have diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, but if we can't provide them with options that make it possible for them to live in Boulder, it's really hard to get the diverse workforce that we're after. And I think this plan does a very, very good job of providing affordable housing, specifically for CU affiliates, but also for community members. And I think that's extremely important. I also feel like at this point, it's a bit of a moral issue in that CU bought that property over or about a quarter of a century ago in good faith that they could use it, at least in part, for development. And they have spent years working with the city and public servants like yourselves, coming up with a good plan. I think the plan is good. It may not be perfect, but it does an excellent job of balancing the needs of the different stakeholders. And in my mind, it would be a mistake to put it forward as a voting measure, because many of the biggest beneficiaries of annexation won't be able to vote. They are people who can't currently afford to live in Boulder, or they are future students, staff, and faculty of the university. So I would urge you again to pass this annexation measure by emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Next, we have Ben Bender, Rachel Anderson, and Sally Greenwood. And Ben, I have you down as pooling with Cecilia Casey and Lindsay Sweet. So if I can get confirmation from Brenda that they are here, you'll be good to go with 4 minutes.
They are here, Sam.
Excellent. Thank you. Ben, you are up with 4 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ben Binder. Before I begin, I would like to thank and compliment City Clerk Alicia Johnson for how courteously and promptly and efficiently she's helped the public in issues dealing with this hearing. I've been following the events in CU's South Gravel Pit since 1981, when the Flatiron Gravel Company applied for a controversial permit from the Boulder County to mine sand and gravel. At the 1981 hearing, an old farmer said the lush sub-irrigated grassland was a water meadow, that God made very few water meadows and the property should not be mined. To sell the property to the county, the gravel company promised the site would be reclaimed as a park with large ponds and riparian areas, and that the reclaimed land would be suitable for wildlife habitat. Those promises were memorialized in the county's reclamation plan, which everyone thought was etched in stone, until CU gutted the plan in 1997. In 1996, I learned that CU was going to purchase the gravel pit. As an engineer and land surveyor, I was curious why a university, which plans to be around for centuries, and whose piers wisely build on hills to avoid major floods, would want to purchase a flood-prone gravel pit at the foot of a major Front Range drainage basin for a new campus. So I obtained the official 1988 FEMA floodplain map, which indicated that the entire sunken gravel pit was erroneously removed from the 100-year floodplain by an unsafe 6,000-foot earthen levee, which at the time was not in the reclamation plan and not constructed to FEMA specifications. The Colorado Joint Budget Committee had to approve the CU's purchase. In 1996, to protect CU's interests, I advised JBC staff of the floodplain issues. As a result, the JBC required CU to perform a floodplain study, which found that most of the gravel pit was in the floodplain, as were hundreds of homes on the other side of US 36. In 1997, CU lobbied the Colorado Mineland Reclamation Board to revise the reclamation plan. In Fraser Meadows, people might be interested in hearing this, not to protect residents from flooding, but to maximize development of the site and make flooding worse. Against objections from the city, the county, and CU's late Professor Emeritus Dr. Gilbert White, CU gutted the reclamation plan by eliminating ponds, which would attenuate flood waters, and by adding a 6,000-foot levee to divert floodwaters around its sunken gravel pit. When the 2013 flood hit, hundreds of homes were flooded, but CU's vacant sunken gravel pit was dry. So I cringe when I hear Phil DeStefano and members of the city council talk about the wonderful cooperative relationship that has always existed between CU and the city. There's a November ballot initiative to refer this annexation vote to the vote of the people. Everybody wants flood control, and many favor housing. But if this hearing is to be more than a charade, I suggest you make the following simple changes to the annexation agreement to make it more palatable to Boulder citizens. 1, eliminate the 750,000 square feet of non-residential buildings. 2, eliminate the 3,000 seat stadium. 3, eliminate the extremely hazardous intersection with State Highway 93, which is going to be on a curve, on a hill, in an area that's often icy and snowblown. And 4, recognize that climate change is real. Everybody is saying we have a climate change event taking place now. And design the flood control project to protect against the 500-year flood, not the 100-year flood, which is totally inadequate during these times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we have Rachel Anderson, Sally Greenwood, and Peter Mayer. Rachel?
I don't see Rachel in the meeting, Sam, so I am unmuting Sally Greenwood. Sally, you should be able to speak.
Hi. I'm against passing the annexation agreement as it appears now. There are too many loose ends and the plans are sort of a moving target. What I do is I applaud the addition of a baseline study for light and noise affecting the state natural area that we taxpayers bought, and I'd hate to see it compromised. As written, however, 14A is meaningless unless 14C is amended so that the university and Boulder agree to restore noise and light conditions to the pre-development baseline, and that the restoration be paid for by the university. I have other concerns as well. These must seem like minor issues in the face of all of the flood stories. But then I spent a night bailing out my subgrade basement and thinking about other things I would rather be doing. Please clarify about the fire station. Is that going to be an addition to the fire station on Gillespie or to replace it? I do not see the value of being able to reach a fire station within 15 minutes on foot. I ask because my insurance premium will likely change. Also, the postal annex, is that an addition to Moorhead or a replacement? Also, I'm concerned about the area becoming a gated community by using the RFID activated gates.
Thank you, Sally. Appreciate
Okay.
your comments. Your time is up, but you can always email us at council@bouldercolorado.gov with the rest of your thoughts. And with that, we will move on to Peter Meyer, Nick Linson, and Sherry Hack. Peter.
Hi, this is Peter Mayer. I am the co-chair of Plan Boulder County. The Boulder City Charter is a wonderful document, and I highly recommend reading it sometime. In section 17, emergency measures, it clearly states, quote, "No ordinance making a grant of any franchise or special privilege shall ever be passed as an emergency measure," unquote. Since annexation is the most special privilege there is for a landowner outside the city limits, and with all the smart attorneys around, and since you all swore to uphold the charter, this should be easy to understand. Fact, you can move forward with flood mitigation without annexation. The only reason you're considering this annexation is because CU insisted on it. Fact, if you truly cared about public safety and saving lives from flooding in Boulder, you would be focused on flash warning system, an efficient evacuation plan, neighborhood scale planning, signage, and other inexpensive non-structural solutions that actually save lives. You have ignored the basic actions that will protect citizens, and you have swallowed a false narrative regarding public safety and flood protection. In Boulder, the citizens vote on the big issues, like the muni, like extending open space and transportation taxes, like increasing occupancy in our community, and like the largest annexation of the century, CU South. This council used to be big on democracy. We sure heard a lot about it when you wanted a franchise agreement with Excel. What has changed in your minds? Here you are in 2021, rushing the biggest annexation agreement in memory without proper land disposal or a site plan, and now you're even considering an illegal emergency measure. And here we are with a citizens' vote on CU South just 49 days away. Look at yourselves here in 2021, trampling on Boulder's long tradition of citizens' democracy. Good night.
Thank you, Peter. And I believe that I got notice that Rachel Anderson is here, so we can go back to Rachel, and then after Rachel, we will have Nick Lenson and Sherry Hack.
You should be able to unmute, Rachel.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Anderson. I live in South Boulder. It is unfortunate this issue has become so divisive and so divided the community. See, you could have avoided the 2013 flood damages and the current debacle if it was willing to cooperate with Boulder when it acquired the property. Instead, CU kept the purchase secret from the city and ignored the city's request to address known flooding problems when CU modified the reclamation plan. When CU purchased the flood-prone property, 220 acres was designated for open space. CU paid no attention to these important environmental concerns and was only interested in maximizing the development potential of the property. When CU purchased the property, the asking price was 11 million, but CU specified an appraisal would state a value of 16 million in order to give the well-connected sellers credit for a tax-deductible gift of 5 million. The city refused to play this game to outbid CU. CU ignoring climate change has rejected the city's plan for 500-year flood protection and refuses to allow the city to use the land needed to protect residents' lives until the city agrees to annexation. It is hard to negotiate with a gun pointed at your head, and that is exactly what's happening with this emergency plan. Adding traffic from 1,200 dwellings, 750,000 square feet of non-residential use, a 3,000-seat stadium, and 30 acres of athletic fields to already congested roads will create a transportation nightmare in South Boulder. Council, please deny this annexation. CU, please recognize your past unethical wrongdoings and show some true leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next, we have Nick Lenson, Sherry Hack, and Jim Wolf. Nick?
Yes, good evening. I'd like to comment on the proposed annexation agreement and the process the City Council has pursued to approve it. Jan Burton is almost right. CU's leadership has a fiduciary responsibility to pursue the interests, financial interests of CU. However, the Boulder City Council, you, has a 100% financial fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of Boulder. I hope you will start practicing it. The draft agreement has many failings, which other speakers have provided details on, but I will focus on two: the lack of final development plans from CU, which should be a requirement prior to annexation, just like any private entity would have to provide, and the lack of sufficient flood control measures, which given the rise of extreme weather events necessitates a 500-year solution. Boulder's utilities director was quoted in the Daily Camera saying, quote, "If we were to pursue that 500-year alternative, we would be throwing money away because it is a project we cannot bring to life. This implies that we cannot do it, when in fact we could have a 500-year plan if CU was willing to work with the city and council was actually wanting to pursue such a solution." The city's February 2020 concept design report states, page 35, just how a 500 flood solution can come about. But CU apparently does not want to dedicate sufficient land for this proper solution. It is disingenuous and misleading to state that we cannot achieve the proper level of flood control that East Boulder neighborhoods deserve. Given the lack of a final development plan and sufficient flood control, I urge the council to reject the proposed annexation plan, and it should pursue the simple steps that Spence Havlick laid out in his editorial. Doing so would allow Boulder to improve flood safety, and we could learn what CU has actually planned for the South Campus. Lastly, a quick comment on why it is extremely disturbing to me that the council would have a final vote on the annexation agreement prior to the November election. You knew that this ballot initiative was coming. We tried last year. Your city attorney basically provided incorrect information. It's an affront to democracy in our city. Please let Boulder citizens have a say before you decide for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Sherry Hack, Jim Wolf, and Matthew Vondrasek. Sherry.
Thank you. Dear council members,
My name is Sherry Hack, and I'm a 22-year resident of Table Mesa, and I was here during the 2013 flood. I urge you not to vote yes on this annexation. It is not an emergency. The presentation stated wetlands exist throughout this site. It was also stated that the first building would be a sports complex. I feel this is being pushed through as an emergency needed for flood mitigation, but really it's about development. We, the voters of Boulder, have the right to vote on this in the upcoming election, which is less than 2 months away. You cannot convince me that building 750,000 square feet in a natural wetlands is good for flood mitigation. This type of development will ruin my neighborhood, clog the streets with traffic, especially on snow days when I already can't get to 36. It takes so long. This development can be relocated to North Boulder instead of a sensitive wetlands. I enjoy the natural beauty of this land by biking, horseback riding, and walking through it. I enjoy seeing the variety of wildlife there. We talk a lot about climate change and diversity. What about considering the wildlife species and plant diversity of this area that will be destroyed if this project goes through? It will add lots of pollution with 1,100 housing units. If the fire station on Darley is moved, my homeowner's insurance premium will go up. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't be fooled. Please vote no. Let the voters decide, as is our constitutional right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Next, we have Jim Wolf, Matthew Vondrasek, and Robert Sharp. Jim.
I spoke already, so I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. You were on here twice, no problem. Next, we have Matthew Vondrasek, Robert Sharp, and Ray Bridge. Matthew?
Good evening. My name is Matthew Vondrasek. I'm a law student at CU Boulder, and I serve as the president of the Graduate and Professional Student Government at CU Boulder. I wanted to speak on behalf of the almost 6,000 graduate and professional students I represent. I encourage you to approve the CU South annexation plan by emergency measure. CU South project plans provide affordable graduate student, staff, and faculty housing. Finding affordable housing in Boulder is one of the biggest and most consistent concerns I hear from my constituents. The current wait list to get into existing university graduate student housing is more than a year long. Adding housing at CU South will help alleviate this critical shortage of housing. Many graduate students live outside of the Boulder area and commute for hours every day to reach the classes that they teach and the labs where they conduct their research. I count myself among those students. After living in Boulder for the last 3 years, I moved to Denver this summer as I could no longer afford my apartment in Boulder. We've also identified affordable housing as a central barrier to recruiting a more diverse graduate student body at CU Boulder. Less affluent students from diverse backgrounds simply cannot afford market rate apartments in Boulder and are in need of sparse university housing. I've spoken to many prospective graduate students over the years who said their decision to go elsewhere was a forced decision after evaluating the cost of housing in Boulder. CU South advances the goal of providing more affordable housing, among many other benefits to the community. I once again urge you to approve the CU South annexation by emergency measure. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Matthew. Next, we have Robert Sharp, Ray Bridge, and Mark McIntyre. Robert.
Sam, I have a Robert with no last name on the list. So Robert, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and please identify your last name before you speak.
This is Robert Sharp.
Thank you.
You're good to go, Robert. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a county resident, but I am very concerned about nature and protecting neighborhoods. I spent at least 10 years when the property was purchased trying to do both things, to work on the protection of both. In '96, the property was offered for $11.5 million. The city decided not to buy because they believed it had to be restored by firm agreement, and it could not be developed without annexation, which no one was about to do for a private developer. No one imagined CU would buy the property and abuse its special powers to void all the agreements, prevent flood protection, and to make the 2013 flood even worse. Even though the property was offered for 11.5 million, the Regions were persuaded by some of their wives and others to try a scam to add 55 million more to the buyer, to the seller, so the seller could presumably give 5 million for a Women of the West museum and get a tax deduction for doing so. That didn't work out for them, but nevertheless, CU agreed to pay 5 million more, 6.5 million. And when I saw the document they submitted to the JBC, which asked, did you negotiate the price, which of course meant down, and CU answered yes, which was deceptive and really a lie. They negotiated the price up rather than down. It's shameful. Higher education needs have been identified by the state as the greatest need is to direct resources to rural areas, not to CU expansion.
Thank you, Robert. Your time is up. And if you'd like to send us the rest of your thoughts, you can send it to council@bouldercolorado.gov. With that, we will go to Ray Bridge, Mark McIntyre, and Steve Pomerantz. Ray?
Ray, you should be able to unmute. Ray, you should see an unmute button on your menu now.
I'm Raymond Bridge, a 45-year resident of Boulder, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boulder County Audubon Society. We oppose adoption of this annexation agreement because of its likely impacts on the Boulder community as a whole, and because of likely degradation of the adjoining city open space and the state natural area for which the city is responsible. Development of an additional campus at CU South would have enormous impacts on Boulder. No site plan has been provided, violating the normal process the city requires for annexation applicants, and making it impossible for city residents to judge the likely impacts. Outreach to adjoining neighborhoods has been late and inadequate. To cite just one example, the traffic study associated with this proposed annexation was a joke and not a funny one. The actual traffic impacts are likely to be major in a part of the city that is already suffering from major congestion problems, in addition to creating a new hazard on State Highway 93. Another obvious deficiency is the draft agreements ignoring the status of the land in question for flood control, which legally requires disposal by the Open Space Board of Trustees. If council elects to proceed with annexation, we would urge at least that the IGA be modified to require that in the section on collaboration on open space land, CU should be required at its expense to restore noise and light conditions to the baseline conditions found in the required independent study. The term mitigate is far too vague in this context. The point is to avoid unacceptable degradation of the adjoining open space and state natural area as a condition of the IGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Next, we have Mark McIntyre, Steve Pomerantz, and Edith Stevens. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark McIntyre. I'm a member of the City of Boulder's Transportation Advisory Board, but I'm speaking strictly for myself tonight. First, I want to thank the entire council for their hard work on this issue, and especially Mayor Weaver and Councilor Friend for their skill in deftly negotiating an annexation agreement that provides a variety of benefits for Boulder residents. They have produced an agreement that reflects well on the realm of the possible, while not falling into the trap of magical thinking and wishing for a different past. Speaking of the realm of the possible, I want to focus my comments on the transportation aspects of this development. Rather than project out our current state of automotive dependence, greenhouse gas production, and extreme safety risk for non-automotive users, the annexation agreement allows us to envision and then create a different transportation future. This future can include a reduced number of in-commuters, reduced emissions, and reduced dependency on single occupancy vehicles. One of the ways we can have this brighter and better transportation future is by approving the agreement with the trip caps as agreed, but then make the trip caps completely unneeded by turning Moorhead into a bus, bike, pedestrian corridor that is so pleasant, so calm, so safe, that it's an easy choice to leave the car behind every day and ultimately not to rely upon a car at all for those people residing at the new CU South campus. Let's get this done. Let's have a safer, cleaner, more sustainable future that benefits us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Steve Pomerantz, Edith Stevens, and Kavya Kanan. Steve.
I am not seeing Steve Pomerantz on the list, Sam. So Steve, if you are here under a different name, please reach out to me in the Q&A box so we can get you back in the line. In that case, we will go to Edith Stevens. I don't have an Edith, but I do have an Edie with no last name. So Edie, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. And if you would identify yourself as you start to speak, that would be helpful.
Thank you. My name is Edie Stevens. I am concerned about this plan. It is anti-hydrological science in limiting flood protection to a 100-year flood, despite hydrological studies by renowned Boulder and CU scientists that show protection against a 500-year flood is necessary to protect the lives and property downstream. I am concerned about the anti-protection of federally recognized and endangered species on the state natural area by allowing floodwaters to overwhelm their natural habitat. I am concerned by the anti-protection of groundwater flows necessary to preserve rare native grasslands. And I am concerned about the anti-protection of native wildlife by endorsing a stadium surrounded by floodlights and holding 3,000 shouting supporters of CU teams, all of which will interfere with the feeding, resting, and mating habits of the wildlife. Finally, I am concerned by the transportation study by I hope that all the members of City Council have seen the transportation study by Boulder County that shows that traffic to and from CU South will increase the flow of vehicles on and between Broadway and Table Mesa to unmanageable levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Next, we have Kavya Kanan, Meha Kana, and Karen Trout. Kavya.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kavya Kanan, and I am a senior at the University of Colorado Boulder, as well as one of the student body presidents for this academic year. I am here to speak in full support of approving the annexation agreement of CU Boulder South on behalf of the executive branch of CU student government because of the impacts it has on affordable housing and the environment, especially for our community members from low-income backgrounds. Annexing CU South hinges on the very idea of accessibility and affordability for many of our students, faculty, and staff that create the community we have at CU Boulder today. It is not a surprise to many that affordable housing options in Boulder are scarce, but what is alarming is that numerous prospective students and other community members are continuing to decide not to attend CU for the sole reason that housing is too expensive in this area. Simply put, students, faculty, and staff do not just want more affordable housing options, they need them. CU desires creating a more diverse student body while maintaining its prestige through attracting noble, winning faculty and staff. However, none of this is possible without listening to the very constituents who are saying that they cannot afford to live close to campus. Moreover, the housing options that would be created because of this annexation would help address one of the most pressing problems we have in society today: climate change. Our world is in a climate emergency. Transportation is the leading source of CO2 emissions in Colorado and represents nearly 1/3 of all emissions within our state. When considering how many CU faculty, staff, and students commute into Boulder daily because they can't afford to live here or there's not enough supply on the market to accommodate their family, that adds up to a lot of unnecessary carbon emissions. Building more CU housing closer to campus is one of the most effective ways to combat climate change and reduce CO2 emissions from vehicles while supporting our community members. Thank you all for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Kavya. Next, we have Meha Khanna, Karen Trout, and Rosemary Hegarty. Meha?
Hello all, my name is Meha Khanna and I am a senior at the University of Colorado Boulder and the Director of Diversity and Inclusion for CU Student Government. I am here to show my full support for the annexation of CU Boulder South in conjunction with the executive branch because of the positive effects and expansion of housing would have on incoming and future BIPOC students, faculty, and staff at CU Boulder. Since the start of the pandemic, rents in Boulder have risen dramatically, and the CU community, especially those from low-income backgrounds, are affected by rising prices. CU cannot attract a diverse set of faculty, staff, or student body without more housing options that can help people live affordably and closer to campus. Supporting equity and addressing systemic racism in the community means supporting attainable housing for all students, faculty, and staff of the university who help make the Boulder community so vibrant. As we know, BIPOC people have a smaller accumulation of wealth in America due to historic and current day systemic barriers. Since CU Boulder claims to support anti-racist based projects and aims to increase diversity on campus, housing options need to be more affordable. Speaking from my own experience, due to the soaring housing prices in Boulder, I have had to sacrifice my own comfort and well-being within my home in order to live within Boulder at a slightly more affordable rate and have access to the CU campus. My sister, who graduated in 2016 from the same university, did not struggle to the same degree that I have with housing since prices have skyrocketed since then. Pushing for affordable housing through the annexation of CU Boulder South is a huge way we can guarantee a growth in diversity at CU Boulder and create a more equitable housing system. Please support this project that has been built through the consideration of BIPOC students and staff in order to make CU Boulder a more diverse and inclusive community. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Meha. Next, we have Karen Trout, Rosemary Hegarty, and Gwen Dooley. Karen?
I do not see Karen on the list, Sam, so I'm going straight to Rosemary Hegarty. Rosemary, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, thank you for listening tonight. I have a lot of concerns about this project and asking you to vote no. I'm highly concerned that the FEMA study from 2014 states that flooding at Fraser Meadows was only 30% from South Boulder Creek. How is Fraser Meadows going to be protected by 30% flood protection? What do the citizens of Fraser Meadows really need to be doing to protect their homes versus relying on this city flood mitigation, which will only give them 30% protection? Traffic concerns have not been adequately addressed. The Boulder County traffic studies have been ignored. Total traffic trips did not take into account the non-residential square foot increase from 500,000 to 750,000. The traffic cap is a joke. I do not trust that protection of the wetland and the adjacent open space wildlife have been adequately secured. A stadium that will hold up to 3,000 observers with the noise and night lights will have a big impact not only on traffic, but on the open space wildlife adjacent to CU South. How can the city sign any annexation agreement without knowing what city what CU will actually be doing. CU has no plans to stop an increase in the size of their student body. The minimum amount of housing at CU South will do nothing to decrease housing issues if CU keeps increasing their student body and increasing non-residential buildings. And the minimal amount of affordable housing at CU South will have very little impact on the low income residents of Boulder or the students of CU. Our city's planning board and open space board rejected the annexation. You need to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosemary. Next, we have Gwen Dooley, Ken Vitale, and Jim Morris. Gwen?
I'm unmute here. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Great. We citizens have a CU South annexation agreement initiative on the ballot to be voted on in less than a month. It's ballot issue 302, the last item on the November 2nd ballot. Please table your push to annex CU South until after this important citizen initiative is voted up or down. I'd like council to acknowledge the many times and ways our citizens have shaped the city of Boulder and our relationship to the natural environment that makes Boulder so special, most of them without city council or staff support. And in that spirit, I again ask you to hold off on annexation before the citizens can vote on this issue, soon after the ballot is mailed out on October 8th. The emotional drumbeat for flood protection tonight is intense when council could have, should have acted on some very basic flood safety moves over the 8 years since the 2013 flooding, a flooding primarily caused by a 1,000-year rain when our lands were too saturated to deal with more water. And what is currently proposed by CU and the city will not truly protect lives downstream of South Boulder Creek. Please respect the citizens of Boulder to have their say on something that will so drastically impact all of our city in so many ways for so many years into the future. Please table what you have before you and wait for the citizens to vote on this. It's terribly important, and it's what has defined all of our important actions in this city for the last 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Next, we have Ken Vitale, Jim Morris, and Sarah Meyer. Ken?
2 years ago, I asked City Council for 2 items. First, to pause annexation until either City Council or CU performed an environmental impact assessment. The Preble's jumping mouse, a federally endangered species, exists, we believe, in the wetlands of the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area and in the wetlands of CU South. Without an impact assessment, this annexation agreement is in violation of the Federal Endangered Species Act and therefore must be halted immediately until an EIA is performed. Secondly, to follow up on Sandra Lane's read that Joseph and Yates need to recuse themselves from CU South votes and involvement. 2 years ago, Bob Yates was acting as an active champion of CU South. In writing on October 17th, 2019, I asked Mr. Yates to recuse himself and for City Council to recuse Mr. Yates because he is a past CU employee and a current executive of the CU Conference of Global Affairs. Both Bob Yates and City Council refused to recuse Mr. Yates, who has continued to be a champion of CU South for the last 2 years. Bob Yates was instrumental in reducing flood protection from a powerful 500-year protection to a weak 100-year flood safety level, so CU could have more buildable land. Mr. Yates also supports dam construction in one of Colorado's most sensitive wetlands in order to build CU South. By not recusing Mr. Yates, a past CU employee, City Council has invalidated all council votes taken on CU South in the last 2 years. Therefore, this annexation process must be restarted to the point prior to Mr. Yates' first vote to strip open space other protection from CU South.
Thank you, Ken. Next, we have Jim Morris, Sarah Mayer, and Tanya Duary. Jim?
Sorry, Sam, Mr. Morris just moved on my list and now I am not.
I see his hand up. I just saw him here.
Oh. He's trying to help me out. Thank you, Mr. Morris. You should be able to unmute now.
Okay, thank you. I oppose the CU annexation plan. I mean, the planning board voted against it. It's rushed, full of loopholes. Allows CU to sell to developer to develop 1.5 million square feet of market rate luxury housing. Last minute increases in square footage of 250,000 square feet. Inflate the value of the land to make it hard for Boulder to do a counteroffer to buy it, to keep it out of a developer's hands. It doesn't deal with CU's plan of 35,000 more students, adding about 1,000 more next year. It's unfair. You're trying to preempt the citizen vote. Like, we gathered during COVID with masks on, getting signatures, and now you're trying to say, we don't care about you and your vote. We're going to rush this through. It requires Boulder to pay $12 million to fill in the ponds so CU can build on them. Boulder must pay more if the flood plans don't work. It's in the wrong place. I mean, 2.25 million square feet should not be in a floodplain. Housing should not be in a floodplain. Not by a creek, not by threatened orchids and jumping mouses and rare prairies and grasslands in a state protected area. Not in a wildlife migration corridor, all full of wildlife, wetlands, and healthy ecosystems. It should be at the planning reserve at 28th and J. It's the wrong approach. Spence Hadlick said install the flash flood warning system, storm gauges, early warning, email and phone trees, flood-proof critical structures, train volunteers, consider all the creeks in the city. It's much better to remove the berm the way it was supposed to be removed. Allow the gravel pits to function as flood retention ponds, not be filled in with gravel and CU buildings. Ponds and vegetation absorb and like a sponge hold water and make floods more under control. It's a natural and effective way to deal things. Of course, we should be dealing with a 500-year flood, not a 100. And I really love.
Thank you, Jim. Your time is up. You can send the rest of your thoughts to us at council@bouldercolorado.gov. Next, we have Sarah Mayer, Tanya Duary, and Mike Marsh. Sarah?
I don't see Sarah, so I will move to Tanya Duary. Tanya, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you, council members, for all your hard work thus far and for listening to us tonight. My name is Tanya Duary, and I have been a resident of South Boulder since 1999, and I urge you to vote no on the annexation agreement. I am all for flood mitigation, and I think that should be a priority, but it should not be tied to the annexation agreement. If this is truly an emergency, and if CU truly cares about the safety of the residents of Boulder, it would do the right thing and provide an easement of the property to allow for proper flood mitigation planning and separate this from the politics of the annexation. Everyone here supports flood mitigation, but the details of the annexation are far from ready, and yet it's being pushed through because of the need for flood mitigation. Both the city's planning board and open space committee rejected the plan for annexation. Clearly, this issue has complicated history and politics, so I urge you to separate the two and focus on the proper 500-year flood plan. But mostly I wanted to let you know, I almost didn't speak tonight because I thought to myself, what difference will it make anyway? We have done everything possible within our democratic process, including getting the issue on the ballot, but yet now it seems like it won't matter. We have better options, such as a land swap for CU that would still provide affordable housing, yet would not require development on wetlands or in a floodplain. I urge you to please vote no on the annexation agreement and take the time to do the right thing for the citizens of Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Next, we have Mike Marsh, Alan Delamere, and Jerry Shapins. Mike.
Good evening. The city's process around CU South has been incredibly disappointing, evasive, and disingenuous. The city has basically done a sales job or a snow job on its citizens while withholding critical details. For example, at 308 acres, CU South's overall footprint basically equals another main campus. And the cost to all of us city water ratepayers will be $66 million to $99 million, while a land swap with planning reserve land would cost far less. A traffic study done last November while all of CU and most of Boulder was working remote due to COVID, as bogus as that was, still predicted that CU South will add 7,000 additional daily trips to Boulder roadways. Then CU unveiled 50% more non-residential structures for CU South. Using commercial real estate guidelines of 150 square feet per person, these 750,000 square feet of non-residential will likely bring 5,000 people. Yet the on-site housing of just 2,200 individuals did not increase. So CU South is no housing solution. It actually means 2,800 more unhoused people. And a City of Boulder report on the 2013 flood showed that only 30% of the damage to Fraser Meadows came from South Boulder Creek. Does Fraser Meadows realize this? The city deep-sixed that report because it was an inconvenient truth. An undersized 100-year flood dam at CU South will still leave Fraser Meadows largely unprotected. My point? None of the city's informational postcards or community surveys included any of this information. The public was denied critical facts. We simply asked the city to tell people basic information like CU South's size, costs, traffic implications, how many CU South folks wouldn't have housing, and how limited the dam's protection would be. We were ignored. Please vote no on this disingenuous, badly botched project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Alan Delamere, Jerry Shapens, and Macon Coles. Alan.
Alan, it looks like you're unmuted. You should be able to speak. I have no doubt Alan is trying to speak. Looks like you're unmuted on our end, Alan.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay. I have two major concerns. The first thing is CU is growing at 2.5% per year. That's per year, not in total. So you just look 10 years into the future and we see this huge growth in CU. It really is the big concern that I've got, that while CU is growing at a greater rate than Boulder, we've got the student population growing and making the housing situation worse and worse. And as people have said before, this solution is not going to solve the housing thing because of the growth rate. My other concern is the 100-year flood is not good enough. Just locally, we had the thunderstorms up near Fort Collins. We had flooding at 9th and Balsam with thunderstorms here. What's going to hit us next? None of us know. And I think it's time for us to wake up and do something more seriously. In 2007, we had a beautiful stormwater plan was put in place for $60 million. That plan has not yet been completed. A new plan was put in place for $40 million in 2016. That is underway and still not completed. The Utilities Department really needs to wake up and start moving. Some of the suggestions were changing diameter of pipes from 24 inches to 60 inches to get water to move through Boulder faster. So I encourage you to table this emergency thing because it's not an emergency yet. We need to take the real emergency and come up with a really good plan which will give true protection to all of Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next, we have Jerry Shapens, Macon Coles, and Landis Arnold. Jerry.
Thank you. This is Jerry Shapens. I sincerely appreciate the 20-year work by all since my former firm Shapens Associates in November 2001 completed the CU Boulder South Land Use Assessment, which delineated a variety of possibilities for the site that we are talking about tonight. So finally now, 20 years later, we all have achieved a compromise solution with really excellent benefits for all. Number one, significant flood hazard mitigation to decrease damage to downstream areas. You heard all about it for many years. Diverse habitat enhancements will be gotten better on the site as different enhancements are made. An extensive public open space will be accessible to many of us. And also, as Mark McIntyre described, there'll be multimodal transportation, possibly and hoping for walking, cycling, buses, and hopefully more. Housing for CU Boulder in various urban forms and configurations will be built, and this will be a living demonstration of green urbanism will benefit us all for future generations and help us have a reduced carbon footprint. But particularly important for our future community is to strengthen our abilities to mitigate climate change with energy sensitive and car-like development surrounded by native and cultural landscapes in this former gravel mine. To the naysayers and skeptics who have tried to steamroll this for so many years, CU development is more rigorous, compact, and attractive than the city proper. The main campus is proof. CU remains a fabulous partner who can patiently listen, adapt, and change to fit Boulder 20 years later. And how great it is we'll have another gorgeous, beautifully designed public campus where people can enjoy themselves. Those of you who say no because it's not enough and its makers are evil, please recognize that the city-CU partnership over the years has brought you an economy, a culture, and a future for so many wonderful alumni, teachers, and researchers. Let's get started now by approving the annexation agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. And with that, we will take a pause. I was gently reminded by Sandra that we need to have a vote to suspend the rules and extend the meeting. So if I could get a motion to do so.
So moved.
I'll take that as a motion in a second. Anyone object to extending the meeting? Seeing no objections, that is done. Rules are suspended. We'll continue. Our next three speakers are Macon Coles, Landis Arnold, and Annette White. Macon.
Good evening, Council. Macon Coles at 17th and Mapleton. It's hard to stand up against the people who oppose the annexation of CU South into the city. The opposition has been long-standing over many years. It's been unrelenting and ceaseless. The effort has intensified with opponents throwing more and more against the wall, waiting for something to stick. But you, our elected council members, have been studying flooding, floodwater storage, climate changes, impact on storm events, endangered species habitat, open space protection, and development potential in relation to CU South for nearly 7 years. Options have been considered, reviewed, and rejected. You've read thousands of pages of experts' reports. You've asked searching questions and received the best answers that engineers are capable of making, given the great uncertainties in our floodwater future. You've heard the demands of residents for safety from floodwaters, as well as the insistence of some homeowners not to annex CU's property, period, so that nothing ever is built anywhere near where they live. The opponents have engineered a referendum with a popular slogan, "Let the citizens decide," in order to take this decision out of your hands and have the outcome decided by a vote of the citizens. This is not good democracy. You might as well have the voters weigh in on whether Einstein got his algebra right. You're the elected officials with whom we've entrusted the decision on annexation. It's important that you make the best decision for the whole community that you can. We cannot let the implacable opponents of this project direct the outcome of this. It's for you to decide, and I urge you to approve the annexation of CU South with an emergency ordinance. Thank you and good night. And really thank you for your service. This is a hard job.
Thank you, Macon. You should probably know. Macon is a former city council person. Next, we have Landis Arnold, Annette White, and Ellen DeMoney. Landis?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Yeah, I'm amazed I'm awake at this hour. I was actually born in Boulder many decades ago. When I was about 6, we moved to Denver so my father could start medical school, but we came back to Boulder frequently through those years. And I remember the steady growth of the nightlights over Boulder through that period. And then in about probably the mid 70s, that growth slowed considerably. Boulder really took having its green belt seriously and made itself a place that was different than everything that grew together on the Denver side of things. Used to be there was a lot of space going to Denver, but that space basically goes all the way now to the top of the hill at Superior as one town, and we still call it the Denver Boulder area. Boulder being what, 120,000 people, and Denver being, 1.5, 2 million people. Developing that space at South Boulder is a major break in that thematic separation of Boulder from the rest of the metropolitan area. It has been, in whether it was a sand pit or a ranch or something held in trust for 20 years, it has been an open space that really is important to the valley, to the community, to everybody's lives here. And I think calling for an emergency resolution to annex it so that developers can go, do another research park, or, I don't know, I think, what is it, 25% larger campus. It's not an emergency if you've had 25 years to sit on it.
Thank you, Landis. I'm sorry, but your time is up. You can email us the rest of your thoughts at council@bouldercolorado.gov. And with that, we have Annette White, Ellen DeMoney, and Crystal Gray. Annette?
Do not see Annette or Ellen in the meeting, Sam. So I'm going to Crystal, followed by Ed Smutney and Stephen Telling. Crystal, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, Council. Crystal Gray here. So first of all, thank you for appointing me to a temporary position on Planning Board. I just wanted to clear up one thing. It was a 6-1 vote. We did not approve, nor did we then deny, but we sent you 37 recommendations, and you took action on some of them, and I totally appreciate that. There's a few that I think some more work needs to be done. First of all, the resale option by CU should be eliminated. It just casts doubt on the future. Many of us know that CU will do the right thing with net zero sustainability, but we don't know the private developer that might purchase this. Number two, 750 square feet. Really, you should have more conversations on what that means to CU. That's non-residential. It really should be reduced. It is the driver of emissions, increased emissions. And Mark McIntyre outlined such a wonderful vision of what Moorhead could be. It is going to be clogged with cars. So please work with CU to define that. Number 3, please take one more look at the de-annexation clause. Dave Kuntz sent you a letter on this. It's really important. And then finally, housing on this site is excellent and needed. Please make sure that a CU addresses housing for their lowest paid workers, because that's not in the agreement. And finally, Nuria, you have wonderful floodplain awareness people, and they're doing a great job. And finally, Phil is an all-star. Don't trade him in September. Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Crystal. I'm afraid that Phil may have traded himself. We had nothing to do with it. And with that, we have Ed Smutney, Stephen Talene, and Timothy Rohde. Ed?
Hello, council members. Yeah, I'd like to speak on this big annexation plan that is really laced with soft language, and a lot of kind of the guidelines, or at least the things that kind of constrain and limit the impact are use that soft language, and it's to the, we will consider doing more, consider following more environmentally friendly policies or uses of construction. And I think that's kind of upside down. But when I think about this whole process, and I think I've shared it before, is that the notion of having an annexation without a site plan is just totally upside down. And I don't know how you get there and really understand the impact of it without, in any other way, like not have a site plan, not have a development plan, and yet really know what's going to happen. So with that, I stick with my stance that and I feel like it is more than possible to decouple flood mitigation from annexation, and that there are possibilities. And of note and related to that, I notice on the CU South annexation website that there's the guiding principles, there's some information, but there's no information that I've ever seen as far as what else has been researched. The timeline shows two years somewhere around there that other things were researched, and we don't get to see that. We don't get to see a lot of things, and I think that would help instill confidence in this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next, we have Stephen Talene, Timothy Rohde, and Marie Venner. Stephen?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you.
We can no longer hear you, Stephen.
Yep, I think that was me, Stephen. Sorry, try again.
He's still, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, so where's my timer?
There you go.
I'd like to start by pointing out that all the housing and transportation benefits presented tonight are not a property of this piece of land and should not be considered as a reason to annex this particular property. These same benefits can be provided probably more easily from a North Campus, so these are not valid reasons for approving annexation of this property. The only consideration should be safety and saving lives from flooding. This should begin by creating a flash flood warning system, neighborhood scale planning, efficient evacuation plans, signage, and other non-structural solutions that have not yet been addressed. Meanwhile, this agreement does not address the flood dangers of the changing climate at all. This is a 100-year flood solution, not even adequate for today's risk, and a solution that cannot be scaled. What happens when the flow exceeds the 100-year design? Under this agreement, what are the options for scaling up protection when this happens? This agreement ensures there will be no flood resilience because the land required for protecting people will have been built out and not available. Regarding the emergency designation, the preliminary design needed as the basis for permitting discussions with CDOT and others will not be completed until the end of this year at the earliest. The engineering design for phase 1 will not be completed until 2024. There is nothing a council vote before November election on the annexation agreement will do to either speed up or slow down the flood mitigation work. So approving this agreement is not an emergency. A quick response often provides a comforting false sense of security, but it is not the same as an effective solution. Therefore, I urge you to vote no and take more time to ensure a more resilient plan that actually protects people going into the future instead of a quick placebo. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Our final three speakers are Timothy Rohde, Marie Venner, and Paula Mosley. Timothy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Good. Hi, my name is Tim Rohde. I'm a resident of South Boulder. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you to the council and the city staff for the recent progress on increasing the specificity of the CU South annexation agreement. Much more specificity is called for in this agreement, but there's a far more troubling aspect of it for flood control plans and other things that relate to the future. Once signed, The city will have no power to block or alter any aspect of CU's future development plans. Future councils will have no power to add changes or add requirements. Unlike the earlier mentioned example of Obamacare, this will be the final moment of the city's power to enact critical solutions on the CU South site for centuries. A de-annexation clause will not be enough. Future city councils will only have the right to review and comment, not amend or block. That is insufficient. Successful flood mitigation depends upon exactly what is built on the CU South site. And exactly what is built depends upon ongoing city authority over building decisions on the CU South. And those need to be informed by whatever information becomes available as the project and climate impacts and other things in the future show up and become available. Continued equal partnership in solving future issues in decades to come will be absolutely critical. Climate change will move the goalpost from 100 to 500-year flood standards. It already has. We can only hope that this is not demonstrated by a catastrophic event in the next few decades or sooner. Getting this wrong now will be extremely complex and expensive to fix later if it's even possible. That's a lot of pressure, and collegial relations between the city and CU are highly unlikely to result in adequate flood safety measures without appropriate city authority over the site's development. Even the current 100-year flood mitigation.
Thank you, Tim. Your time is up. If you would like to send us the rest of your comments, please do at council@bouldercolorado.gov. And our last two speakers tonight are Marie Venner and Paula Mosley. Marie?
I don't see Marie in the meeting. And I just want to recognize that we do have some folks in the meeting who were not on the speaker list. So if you were registered on the speaker list, and we may have skipped you because you might be in the meeting under a different name. Let's use this 2 minutes while Paula Mosley is speaking to reach out to me in the Q&A box and let me know that you are here so we can hear from you if you were registered to speak this evening. So Paula, I am giving you your mute button now. You should be able to use it.
Hi. I'm Paula Mosley, South Boulder night owl, thankfully. Let me start by saying that I like the University of Colorado. I and my late husband both graduated from CU. I am, however, unhappy about how this process is going. I'm disappointed that public input came after the annexation agreement was well underway. Of course, we all agree that flood mitigation is needed, and we can probably all agree that affordable housing is needed. But these two needs do not have to be tied together. I recognize that a great deal of work went into this draft agreement, but it's not too late to pause. If CU really wants to be the good neighbor, then the area needed for flood mitigation can be sold or given to the city without tying it to the annexation negotiation. It's not too late. I have great empathy for everyone who experienced flooding in 2013. In my neighborhood, every basement and every crawl space had flooding. Flood mitigation does not mean we have to allow CU to develop that property. Please, let's rethink this. There are other ways to acquire the property. Please, let's pursue those options. It's not too late. Yes, we need more affordable housing, but CU is proposing a relatively small portion as affordable. I don't think it's enough to justify the development. Wouldn't it be better to provide housing for the university that is actually closer to the main campus, infill? Close enough that transportation is not such an issue. It's not too late for CU to seriously reconsider where to locate housing. I do appreciate the draft agreement continues to improve based on community input, but please, let's try to separate the flood mitigation from the annexation. We should all be,
Go ahead, keep going, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We should all be pressuring the university to do the right thing rather than caving into CU's development demands. We need to find a way to appeal to their sense of responsibility to Boulder. Cooperate with us rather than treat this as a hostage situation. It's not too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And with that, I'll turn back to Brenda. Brenda, did we have anybody who responded to you?
No one has reached out to me, Sam, so I think we are complete tonight.
Very good. With that, we will bring the public hearing to a close and bring it back to council. I believe the next step here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is an opportunity for CU to respond to anything that they've heard in the public testimony that they might want to weigh in on.
Thank you, Mayor. If it pleases the council, I really appreciate the opportunity to provide some final thoughts this evening. This portion of the hearing is designated as a rebuttal, but in actuality, there's little to rebut. What you heard in opposition to the annexation agreement this evening was mainly objections to provisions that the annexation agreement carefully considered and fairly addressed. And I regret that you endured personal attacks as public servants who are doing your level best to represent the needs of the community. In reality, we owe a debt of gratitude to Mayor Weaver and Councilperson Friend and the staff of the city who worked tirelessly to bring the annexation agreement forward. We also owe all of the council a debt of gratitude for your service to the community in holding this hearing as part of a comprehensive annexation process. This is not and was not a rush measure. It began years ago when the city and CU, with the vision of Francis Draper, created the guiding principles, and it continued after the city invited CU to submit a petition for annexation. Along the way, there were dozens of meetings that shaped the agreement, including the most recent terms negotiated this month that limit CU's ability to transfer the property to a third party and protect open space in the community. The agreement before you is fair, and if approved, it is binding on CU. It will allow the city to take title to the property upon which it will conduct flood mitigation. It will allow the city to take title to open space and the water rights that accompany it. It contains provisions to protect the open space and the environment. These transfers of property and the ownership rights that accompany it are something more than an easement could ever accomplish. It is the quickest and most effective means to protect the community, and there's not a better option. The annexation agreement also serves a critical need for CU and its community. We have thousands of students, faculty, and staff who cannot afford to live in the community in which they work and study. You heard from Kavya Kanan, Maina Khanna, and Bobby Vondrasek, all of whom described the inaffordability of housing in Boulder and its disproportionate impact upon diverse communities. The annexation agreement addresses this problem. For every single foot of non-residential space that CU develops, CU will develop 2 feet of residential space. And it's not an exercise of unrestrained growth at CU. It doesn't bring housing for a larger incoming class of first-year students. And instead, this agreement allows us to offer our upper division students, faculty, and staff an opportunity to live in Boulder. And we will also extend that opportunity to other members of the community who will live in affordable housing CU will partner with the city to build. John Taylor described CU and the city as intertwined, and it's been that way since the citizens of Boulder pledged their own fortunes to bring the university to our community in the 1800s. Over the past year, those ties have been deepened as we've worked through a pandemic and tragedies in our community. We are stronger together, and this annexation will allow us to become even stronger as we work together to advance the community's needs. It's the council's decision whether to approve the annexation agreement, and it's also the council's decision whether to approve it as an emergency measure. But what I know is this: passing this as an emergency measure simply allows the city to begin the permitting necessary to conduct flood mitigation to protect the community. If the city is unable to obtain the necessary approvals and permits, the annexation can't move forward. So this isn't a bait and switch. If the city can't protect those who are vulnerable to flooding, CU can't proceed with any development. We're committed to the future of CU Boulder and the city of Boulder. Together, we appreciate the opportunity to partner with you on the annexation agreement and greatly respect your role in serving our community. Thank you for the opportunity to have presented our petition for annexation, and we welcome your vote next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And thanks again to everyone who testified tonight. We appreciate hearing from you. We heard some very powerful testimony with lots of different perspectives, and that's much appreciated. So with that, Council, I believe that as we've laid this out for the community and ourselves, that now would be a time to continue the meeting to September 21st, where we will have plenty of time for a debate, which covers kind of all the points that were raised tonight. So the reason that we scheduled it this way was so that we wouldn't be talking about complicated issues at 11:20 at night, which is what it is now. So I think the right thing to do is to make a motion to continue the meeting, but I would welcome any other suggestions if that is not the direction that we want to go. Mary.
I just have a clarifying question. At the beginning of next week's meeting, deliberations, will we have a period for follow-up questions based on the hearing?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. So we hadn't laid it out completely, but I intended to start with questions first. Any other clarifying questions to either staff or CU?
Great. And then another clarifying question is if there are, is there a potential to make any more suggestions to changes to the annexation agreement, or is what we received last Thursday the one that we will vote on?
Well, I will say that I think there is, but I'll turn to Sandra and let Sandra answer that question from a legal perspective.
Hey, Mary, thanks for the question. I do think that there's opportunities for you all to make suggestions. There can be potentially changes made to the annexation agreement up until the decision that you make next week. But of course, that would be the last opportunity. And of course, it would most assuredly create some challenges for CU, I would imagine, but I'm not going to speak on their behalf. But with respect to the procedure, there wouldn't be any changes to the agreement that would require a third reading. So you could make potential changes up until your decision next week.
Thank you.
And I guess to colloquy to all of council, my suggestion would be if you have thoughts, sooner is much better, because I don't think doing it on the fly is going to be any good at all. So if you come away and sleep on this for a day or two and think of things that you think are really important to talk about, if you could put them out on a hotline or reach out to CU directly, whichever seems most appropriate to explore ideas. That's up to you. So that was my colloquy. Rachel, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Actually, Mary asked my question, so I wanted to make sure that we would have a chance for follow-up questions. Sounds like we can do that next week, so that sounds good to me too. And I will agree with you that if people would like to make changes, my observation of how negotiations, between staff have worked is that people on CU side have to kind of run it up the chain. So I would think that we wouldn't be able to do that very effectively at next week's meeting. So that should be worked through ahead of time. And with that, I will make a motion to continue this until next Tuesday.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Does anyone object to continuing this hearing until next Tuesday? Seeing none, we will do so. So this hearing is continued until September 21st. We will have a regular council meeting September 21st, so it will begin with open comment. So folks who have more thoughts that they'd like us to consider, you can always write to us, council@bouldercolorado.gov. You can also sign up to speak at open comment. Not everyone will be selected. It's a lottery system, but that's another opportunity to speak before we will consider that. And I guess the last thing that I would say is I know that staff is perfectly willing to work with council members with questions. So if you have questions that need more exploration than just an answer right before we begin our debate, I also encourage council members to reach out to the appropriate staff and ask those questions. Anything on the flood project probably starts with Joe Tadeucci, legal questions, Sandra, of course, and anything else, Nuria can help find the appropriate staff to be able to answer your questions. Jacob may have answers for any planning questions. So with that, I will turn to council. Any last thoughts? Okay, seeing none, we have our continued hearing till September 21st. And with that, I will bring this meeting to a close at 11:24. Thank you all, and thanks to everyone in the community who testified tonight.
Not everyone.
Night.